theoretically. It shouldn't be that expensive to, you know, ship stuff to Canada. What, for shipping costs? Frog? I love how everybody's going off about, like, volume. It's like the volume doesn't matter. I feel bad for this person. This person just commented on YouTube on the bedroom contest idea. I'd love to, but my PhD is killing me, so I can't play recently. No, your PhD is what's going to give you a life in the future, so pay attention to that and not video games. Speaking about paying attention to your PhD and not video games, chat, say hi, YouTube. Definitely my smoothest transition there. It's time to play some Dwarf. What do you think, chat? It did because all of the items that I've set ship both East and West USA, as well as Europe, as well as Australia, Celestia. So that's why you have good shipping, because the only stuff I sell on my merch store ships from specific places that you guys can buy them easily. And there are products I could sell that wouldn't be like that, but, you know. It was fixed by the end of yesterday. I fixed it quietly. But yes, the bot is working correctly. Calcium Crypt has returned. Speaking of returning, let's return to Heatstone, which for some reason I named the playlist on YouTube Headstone, which I haven't fixed yet. But yes, the bot's account is functioning. Which, by the way, apparently the bot's account has been subbed to me for 67 months. Oh boy. What's my CPU? Old and irrelevant? What's yours? We are returning back to Heatstone, which most recently we added some pink floors to. My military got completely obliterated, so I rebuilt it almost entirely. Two of the squads don't actually count. These two in the middle, they don't count. This one is a vampire, and this one is a were creature? Something's wrong with that other one, the Diamond Warmth. I need to check that other one. But the top one is a vampire who lives right here. Who lives here? Who's been doing nothing but training since we discovered they were a vampire. And now they're distracted, which is a problem. So maybe what'll end up happening is I will find dwarf that I really don't like and lock them in this room, and then we'll just simply unlock this door or give them a hole in this wall or something, and allow that to happen. What happened in the military? I recommend watching the video called Taming a Beast on my YouTube channel, which is a highlight. That'll explain what happened to the military. It looks like fire. So are you saying it looks lit as in it looks cool, or it actually looks like fire? Because if it actually looks like fire, that's an unintended design aesthetic. But that's cool. I'm glad that you say that. We imprisoned a ramen noodle, who we named Ramen down here, who's actually Osnuth Strapped Pelt the Snarling, who's seriously injured and rotting and has no ability to stand, but it's okay, has never had the ability to stand because it's a snake. Up here, we can pull this lever and close this drawbridge and open this door, and then we will immediately acquire more silk. Over here is our rather large new clothing industry that we've only just constructed, as well as our farming industry up here. We are also making dye after red root and or out of sweet pods, which is red root dye. We're making dwarven sugar as well as well as flour and other things over at these millstones. That's our most recent addition to the fort. You want ramen for lunch? I want good ramen. But yeah, I have a i7 7700K. It's an old CPU. Old and irrelevant, like I said. But yeah, no. So this is kind of the fire area, or the fire area, the silk area, and then this area up above. I need to do something with it, but we haven't really constructed. This is going to be a power transfer station, probably. Something just died. A dwarven child has been found dead. Oh, that's great. I don't know why. In multiple pieces, even. Jerry Gord, did you kill a child? Jerry Gord, did you just kill a child? I think Jerry Gord just killed a child, chat. I might have to put Jerry Gord back in prison. Did you just kill a child? Kogan, whip pranks. Nope. Merle was your last kill. What was not your last kill? That was somebody else who killed you. Well, And also, you're in hospital right now. A lot of people are in hospital right now because we just had a bar brawl. So a lot of people got, socked in the face and beaten up. So hopefully that's why the kid died and not due to something else. Anyway, there's a dead child in the stairwell, so hopefully that body will get dealt with. So let's just make sure that this body gets put into a tomb in a quickish period of time. Jerry Gord, what did I say about killing children? Feed him to the vampire? You know, I'd need to make sure Jerry Gord was here for that. How tall is the stairwell? 100-something Z levels? We only kill kids on Christmas, Jerry. I feel like this is a reference to something I'm not getting. Also, I need to check something real quick. You guys can follow this child. The game isn't paused, I swear.
Bring out your dead!
Oh, that's excellent. Okay. Why is my weaponsmith gone berserk? Definitely a failed artifact. 1000% a failed artifact. So there's teeth flying everywhere, bits and pieces, but I don't think they killed anybody. It's mostly just their own teeth got knocked out, and now they are in a lot of pieces. Well, that sucks. I'm gonna forbid everything there. We're not locked in a burrow or something stupid, so I just had to confirm that. Was it her kid? I mean, it's not that many teeth. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pairs of teeth. Count your own teeth. You have more teeth than that. Begin the spiral? Hardly. If you think that's gonna tantrum spiral this fort, you've seen nothing. You should actually try watching these streams if you think that'll spiral this fort. Certainly won't. Seems like the new gift from Windows is rebooting and updating as Discord doesn't run anymore. Oh, that's cool. I mean, my mouse wheel stopped working this morning for a couple of hours. That was kind of traumatizing. Speaking of traumatizing, let's read who's alive. Ascarde, a devilish potato, Aegis, a shady necromancer, Bakaglass II, Baron de Bus, Big Sparn Casualty, and Clayborn, who's pissed. Corn and Corvius Suede, Darius and Diamond and Discocito, as well as Doodletones, and Dr. MacDaddy, Dr. Niche, as well as Elfie Bean, and Fragrance, the Queen. Fight a Tech and Ghost Bat. I'm also noticing that I'm missing from here. Did I kill somebody? Or, anyway, Elfie Bean and Fragrance, Fight a Tech, and Ghost Bat, Gimli, Big Goat Sparn, and Jerry Gord, Lennox, and Lyagushka, Mick Jerby, and Merlin Buff, and MMO Junkie, Net Hazard, and Nutty Wombat, Nutwick, Pandasaurus Rex, and Paul Harvey, Quericus, as well as Ray Britt, Red Nass and Safe Keeps, Raging Cave and Raging Cave, as well as Shark Jumping, Walrus, and I don't know why I keep saying Walrus instead of Walrus. Silver Shadow, Sneed Posting, Tellin Artho, The Ben, The Squoid, as well as Trimkoff, True Freak, and Tyler, and that's everybody who's named. There's probably some more who lost their names, like Rolf, who keeps losing his name. So, I lost my name. Apparently. So I have to rename myself. Well, that's interesting. I don't know why, but I did. I must have killed somebody. Ranger Rick, what was your name previously? And we'll get you renamed. Who did I kill? A goblin and a dwarf in 300. I must have killed somebody in the bar fight. Do you know what your job was, Ranger Rick? Because that's enough to get you renamed, if you know what your job was. Or I can just give you a new dwarf. Oh, did I skip the name on the list? Sometimes when I'm reading through, I miss names because my eyes don't function properly. But if you saw the name on the list, then you saw the name on the list, and I will scroll back up and find it. R. Ah, there you are. Yep. No, Ranger Rick is in fact on here. I just missed it while reading. Why am I, like, incapable of finding this king? My brain is not functioning today. It's like it's literally just a purple roll. What the hell happened to your Undorf? You're undead and insane now? It's been that way for a while. Let's see. A bunch of necromancers attacked, and you got killed in the fray, and then resurrected, and then killed, and then resurrected, and then killed, and then resurrected, and killed, and then resurrected, and then killed, and then resurrected, and killed, and resurrected, and killed, and then resurrected, and killed, and then resurrected, and killed. And then you got resurrected, and killed, and 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 resurrected, and killed. We have to gift a dwarf to exclamation point bit. There was a exclamation point bit? That's probably somebody who's locked in a wall. I know Tame is locked in a wall. But, no, I will not just name a dwarf exclamation point killed. Or exclamation point bit, because that is only for dwarves that are actually exclamation point bit. But if somebody is exclamation point bit, it means they're in a wall, probably. Give the vamp some action? I mean, no. Maybe you can. Look at all of this thread that we have lying around. And they were saying I didn't need these for thread stockpiles. I refuse to agree with this. You want an entire squad of vampires? Okay, you can do that on your own time then. I'm good. I ain't doing that. You can do that on your own time. I want to know, chat, why is this gold statue of a goat and this gold statue of MMO Junkie, our lovely mayor. Why are they such different colors? Because, like, this one doesn't, the dwarf doesn't look like he's made out of gold. The pig does. And then Alana Hollowvine, the glorious dingo, is such a darker color. Same with, like, this human. Because Noodle is not a forgotten beast. Noodle is clearly a Titan. Very different thing. I don't know, whatever movie had a squad of vampires in it. One is made of gold, and the other one is definitely made of gold. Makes perfect sense. But also, I don't know if Forgotten Beasts can topple locked doors currently. I haven't tried that. Blade 2. Yeah, that sounds right. Blade 2 sounds like full squad of vampires. But, like, they bring people back to life who get shot in the first one. Someone's skimming on their gold. Quite hard. And also they die very quickly. Like it's quite hard to use them, and they die quite quickly generally. Most Forgotten Beasts aren't that threatening unless they have webs or fire. So usually enemy armies just kind of turn them into pincushions and then aren't all that effective. It's not that they're hard to use as defense. They're just not very good at it, really. Like, and like the trapping them is kind of a pain because you need to have webbed traps. So it's a rather easy thing for me to do right now. I would just need to loop them up and through that Forgotten Beast cage, basically. But I don't know. I mean, like, there's things that are hard to do, and then there's things that are just impractical and bad, and I would label using Forgotten Beasts as defense as impractical and bad. Something that's hard to do is, like, you know, building minecart shotguns. The setup time is hard, but it's effective once it's set up. Or, like, you know, making a burning room, or, like, dumping lava on something. That's hard to do and effective, but I don't think that Forgotten Beasts' defense are particularly effective. Like the floor use of color-coded workstations. I'm really happy with what I've been able to do with the coloring of workstations in this particular fort. I think the Bloodthorn workstations down here, these ones, and where are they? These ones, the Orpiment, are probably my favorite colors. Like, I think I actually like Orpiment more than gold for workstations. It looks so nice. Gold's got kind of like this almost mica color, like it's a very muted color, whereas like this stuff's just like bright yellow. I could have a web corridor. Yeah, no, you would need to make a web corridor, which, you know, maybe I'll do. I don't know. I would have to like move where the Forgotten Beast is and set up some pretty clever burrows in order for a web corridor to work. But I don't know. Like, that's a bug I don't like abusing. I don't like trapping Forgotten Beasts in cages. It's just, it's a bug that I feel bad for using when I use it. Your war rhinos are a pretty decent defense system. You need rhinos first, which we don't have. But I would actually argue like 10 war rhinos is like, especially if you have giant rhinos, but even if you just have normal rhinos, those are more effective than Forgotten Beasts because they're trained for war, right? So they will follow soldiers, and they have certain behavioral tactics that you won't have with a Forgotten Beast because Forgotten Beasts are just wild animals. You wish you had giant ones? Yeah. No, I mean, like, they're pretty effective. I mean, and so are Forgotten Beasts, but Forgotten Beasts also aren't on your side, so you have to chain them up, right? Like, you can't have tamed Forgotten Beasts, so you have to chain them up. So the best way to use Forgotten Beasts' defense is to just, like, have a room like this and put, like, chains, but you have to put them far enough that they don't attack each other. And if they have ranged abilities, they'll attack each other with their ranged abilities and hurt each other with their ranged abilities. So you have to factor them out by type, right? So you have to have fire shooting ones behind walls. And because they're all on different sides and they will fight amongst each other, they will just kill each other if you let them see each other. So you basically have to, like, spread them out on a chain. So they don't have as much ability to be successful because they're on a chain, right? Yes, it is a were-lizard. I do have a were-creature squad person. This person. So I don't know. For me, like, using Forgotten Beasts as defense is just practice in your own tolerance of tedium and less of a, you know, useful defense. I would much, like, if you can't tame it, I don't want it as my defense. Like, you'd be better off, like, training hydras, in my opinion. P.O.'d? I don't know what P.O.'d means. What's P.O.'d? You mean pissed off dwarves? I don't know. One of them's just in the... They're all in the military. So they're dwarves that the person who named them wanted... Two of them are the person who named them wanted to be in the military. And the dwarf wasn't a good fit, but I put them in the military anyway. Which, you know, happens quite a lot with naming dwarves. And then the other two are just pissed off military dwarves that weren't perfect that I needed in the military that I haven't removed yet. And one of them's in prison. And is actively throwing a tantrum. Who I should probably actually just boot out of the fort. Because this dwarf is going to just kill people, probably. Hasn't killed any of my dwarves yet, though, so there is that. But is actively tantruming, so... But I don't know. I don't pay exact attention to every single dwarf in the fort, right? I don't think I ever will. Fitting name. Bear on the bus, you got drafted. I mean, dwarves sometimes get drafted, yes. This does happen. It does, in fact, happen sometimes. Like, you know, Lyagushka and Disco got drafted. But yeah, no, dwarves just generally slowly go insane. It's fine. There's always going to be some pissed off dwarves. I don't have a story for every single one of them. All right, so are you redeeming a dwarf, Analysis Lover, or are you gifting it? Also, we have a glorious statue now, chat. My favorite statue. We have a statue of a worm man. Excellent. I feel like having a statue of a worm man is like the equivalent of, like, you know... Because you technically still have a dwarf here. Yeah, I mean, he is undead. Is it a named worm man? No, it's just a worm man. Just a generic worm man. Oh, shit, they want a clother guild. I can do that. So who am I giving a dwarf to? You need to tell me who you're giving the dwarf to. Here's the thing. If you don't know who you're going to gift it to, why did you redeem it? But, all right. Let's just place more diorite floors. And also make sure that those dwarves got buried. No, they didn't. Okay. There is unused tombs. Plenty of them. Plenty of them. So, I'm also out of tombs to place. Oh, who is memorializing the bodies? Specifically for Kosoth here. It's like nobody. right, so Diamond gets the dwarf. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Diamond? I mean, Diamond knows what's up, right? But seriously now, analysis, who am I giving a dwarf to? I mean, you don't have to give it to Diamond. I was just joking. Diamond's just up in here trolling. Showing you how to properly count. Multiple people got very close. Bruh, you came up with this minigame, so you tell me who I'm giving a dwarf to. If multiple people got very close, pick one. You could name a dwarf Nicolas Cage, but Analysis Lover decided to choose somebody from chat. So I'm waiting on Analysis Lover's indecisive responses. You have 15 seconds to name somebody in chat who picked it, or I'm refunding it for you. Ashelin got the dwarf apparently. Okay, so what kind of dwarf am I giving this person? Analysis. Apparently, Diamond. I thanked you last time you did this? Yeah, true. That was last time. You didn't even select 42? Man, that would have been my guess. Number between 1 and 100, it's always 42. Always. It's either that or 69. Yeah, who cares about prime numbers? 42 is the meaning of the universe. Come on. You do? Brr. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack while I'm stuck in a save screen. That takes too long? Why didn't you just, like, go copy-paste them from somewhere? Numbers 1 to 99, or 0 to 99 printed. I'm sure it exists. But Darius, thank you very much for the 5-pack gift subs. While I am getting mysteriously long load times again. And it's saving adventure data too. Like 15 to 20 subs this month? Well, you've given away 30 subs total. Don't do more than you can afford, dude. All right, so, Analysis Lover, what dwarf am I giving to your winner? What kind of dwarf? Just a happy dwarf with beard, a happy dwarf without beard, Boyer? Cool, we'll give you Boyer. To winner, beard or no beard? We got Einod or Tun. Which one would you like? We got 2. I know, Eek the cat, and it's fine, because I've been trying for like 6 months to say their name correctly, and I've given up. So you'll live, and so will I. I literally can't pronounce it, so don't try and like write it phonetically because I will never figure it out. It's to the point where, like, growing up, I would actually drive teachers nuts because I can't pronounce things phonetically. If you write something phonetically, I can't pronounce it. So I get pronounceable names or don't complain. It's kind of where I'm at this point. Okay. Ashelin is a nervous wreck and finds humor in most situations. He's confident under pressure and is very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is quick to anger and he lives a fast-paced life and he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and often feels lustful. He occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Views any show of emotion as offensive and values honesty, and does not care about family one way or another. Likes tin, lemon opal, deer leather, herring tooth, and the color red. Cabochons and gazelles for their grace, and when possible, prefers to consume ulm and raspberry wine, and honeybee and prefer. Hold on, let me try this again. He likes porcelain, tin, lemon opal, and deer leather, and herring tooth in the color red, and cabochons and gazelles for their grace, and when possible prefers to consume ulm and raspberry wine and honeybee honey. I don't know why that was screwing up my ability to read so much. And lychees, as well as absolutely hating brown recluse spiders. He is corpulent. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed. His brass eyes are very wide set. He has a broad chin, and his teeth are crowded, and his nose is extremely short. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his hair is auburn mixed with gray. And, yeah, no family values. Also has no family. Including the nervous wreck part. I always feel bad when I'm just like, is a nervous wreck? It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not insulting you. All right, so we need to make a clothing guild, which obviously needs to go on this upper layer. So I need to find an area that can be used as a clothers guild that also I can cram enough value into to make into a clothers guild. I'm kind of thinking about this spot right here. That could work. Of course, I could go around the edge somewhere, maybe put something down here. Could put it in here. That could also be nice. Could also put it down here pretty easily. Could go within here somewhere. Oh, by the way, our moat, or not really moat, but our lava puddle here is filling up gloriously. So very, very effective. Yeah, I'm playing on the experimental branch. And I don't know if people are having crashing issues or anything on this branch, but I've had no problems. So it's been super stable. And we're gonna build back here. This is gonna be our clothers guild. Have you had any crashes or anything? Because like it's funny. Like it depends on who you talk to. Like there are some people who are just like, oh, yeah, no, I don't want to, like, or I've had a lot of crashes, so I don't want to break my save. It's like, I've heard stories about saves breaking. It's like, okay, I had 2 crash to desktops when I first set it up, and I haven't had a problem since. So it's been largely quite stable as far as unstable builds go. I've had 2 on the unstable branch. 2 crashes. I've listened to it and tried to pronounce it from the listened pronunciation, Eek the Cat. We went over this back when that person first started watching this stream. Let's just move on. There are certain words that are just very difficult for a dumb native English speaker like myself to say, right? It's just like I dare anybody from Poland to say the word the correctly. They just can't do it. So just let me live. Please, I'm sorry. I can't properly pronounce the word, to the point where with me and that person, it's become a running joke. So, just don't. It's okay. You almost feel personally attacked? I used to have a friend growing up named Jacob, and his whole family was Polish. He was born in Poland, but mostly raised in Canada. He moved to Canada when he was 4. And he couldn't say the. Thou, them, this, that, the. It's the TH he couldn't say at all. And like none of his entire family could pronounce the word the. To be fair, it's a stupid word that makes no sense, but and requires you to make a sound with your mouth that's also impractical and silly. So, you know. If I can't pronounce somebody's username and we've kind of come to an agreement there, it's just a username. Just let me live. I'm offended on behalf of Poles unable to say TH. Well, I mean, When there's hella royalty visiting on and the family of Cyclops wrecks them all before they get to the place. Bonus note, you got a couple of legendary steel axes. One is the Cyclops and the others were on the Royals. Wait, so hold on. Did your royal entourage arrive and you let them all die to a Cyclops? Or B, were they visiting from another faction? Because either way, that's very amusing. Very amusing. I'm actually just going to knock out this entire wall and replace it with obsidian, I think. You feel pretty good about your English? I mean, you write pretty coherently, so you write better than me most of the time. I just want to say, I don't think anybody should feel attacked. I was just looking for the nearest example I had at the surface of my brain, and that's the one I came up with, so. They're visiting from another dwarf faction? Ooh. Well, hopefully they don't blame you. Because they might. And that would be very unfortunate if they did. I've got so much obsidian, it's kind of not funny. Like, I should just be making everything in this fort out of obsidian. So something that I was thinking about earlier is I need to kind of figure out how to finale this fort. Because we've been playing this fort for a while. I do really like this fort. This fort's a lot of fun. But I've started to notice the thing that happens when I've been playing a fort for a really long time, which is the YouTube audience kind of gets behind and stops watching, and views start to dwindle a little bit, which means it might be time to figure out a finale. So we kind of have to start working our way towards the end of this fort. So definitely not today will we end it, but I'm thinking it's almost time to move somewhere else in this world. They stole your legendary 5 years before. They stole your legendary 5 years before. Wait, hold on a minute. Oh, well, I mean, if they stole your legendary artifact 5 years before for a while. Obsidian generator? No, I haven't made any obsidian. This is just from mining around this volcano. Like, just so much of this has just been straight obsidian. Like, all of these are just, like, smooth obsidian walls that I've dug through. Like, this is just from mining. I haven't made any of it. People keep asking me if I'm generating it. I'm not. There's just that much obsidian is just here. I mean, I've made crazy obsidian generators before, so I mean, it's not really a project per se. I've already got plenty of other projects. But I mean, coming up with more projects for a fort, it doesn't really solve my problem of when interest in a fort by the wider audience starts to dwindle, it's time to make a new fort. That's kind of how this works. So I'm not looking for a new project. I'm looking for a way to end the fort, which, you know, we'll work towards over the next week or so, I think. Probably still another 3, 4, 5 streams left of this particular fort. I just like to state that I'm planning on winding it down soonish. I mean, what were they? Were they just mindless hostile entities or friendly entities that existed in the basement? Because they might have something to do with it. It depends on if they're thinking or not. I don't know if they think. The Hall of Ink now requires a guild hall, a clother's guild. Right, this here is going to be assigned to the clother's guild, which I will be building up over the next little bit. But yeah, no, an obsidian generator would be pretty redundant for this fort because there's so much obsidian in it already. Like, this is more obsidian than I've had in forts where I've had obsidian generators. So. We have a troll caves with a bunch of artifacts on a volcano embark, and I really didn't spend much time in because it was on your Steam Deck, and DF is really hard to play on the Steam Deck. You know, it's funny. I've so many people have been saying that it's, like, super easy to play on the Steam Deck, but, like, I feel like I don't believe that. I feel like I would really not enjoy playing it on the Steam Deck. You'll eventually make the deep pit the fortress? What, like just... Oh, I see. I missed the first line. Found an embark with a second volcano that doesn't quite go up to the surface and a pit that's like 30 tiles deep. That sounds like an awesome embark. You ended up just getting a laptop? Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the Steam Deck, and then I looked at comparable laptops, and it's like, for an extra $100, I could just get, like, a nice laptop. And I was like, I feel like I would play about as many games on both, and then probably play the same games on both, just, like, mostly indie stuff. And, yeah. Speaking of games, I found something weird, chat. To those of you who like weird old games, I found this. It's like $8 for me. It's like $6.99, I think. This is a entirely text-based spaceship sim. I managed to make the ship fly forward. I can scan anomalies and lock onto ships now. I don't know how to turn. Haven't figured that out yet. This thing is kind of neat. It has no sound, though, so keep that in mind. Also, apparently, there's a version of it that you can buy on floppy disk. That's not good. Oh, it's a human caravan. That's not bad. Reminds you of Duskers? Duskers looks like a modern video game. That one doesn't, but kind of. Not as, like, frantic as Duskers. And it's called Astra Protocol 2. Small floppy, not a true floppy. Not a floppy, an unfloppy floppy, you know what I'm saying? Because if there's too much floppy in your floppy, are you even floppying a floppy? All right, let's bring some tunics and dresses and cloaks over. Holy crap, that's a lot of shoes. And I will save the legwear for when the dwarves trade. I have floppies, actual floppies, and fake floppies, the small floppies, in my drawer. Why is there a goblin nail? Chat! Okay. I have a question. How do you make a goblin nail bracelet? Is it just a really long fingernail that's coiled that you wear as a bracelet? Or is it like many nails like strung together? Because this is a goblin nail bracelet. And I know it's not made out of nails that you'd hit with a hammer. It's made out of a fingernail. I think that, I mean, like, as an example, my dad works on a bunch of CNC machines at his job that only take floppy disks. So they just have like a stockpile of them where he works. You know, it's funny because I really didn't enjoy that game, Butchie. I'm glad you are enjoying it, though. I can see what that game is too much, and I don't really want to play it, which kind of sucks. Jerry Gord committed more crimes. Go back to prison, Jerry Gord. His cut nails and makes a diamond out of them. That certainly sounds like a video that would be on the internet. That's all I can really say about that. Carrying all of the clothing up here for trading. So something I did for funsies was I rolled back to the older version over the weekend to see what the frame rate on this fort would be like. I was running at about 15 FPS on the previous build on this computer. So I'm quite happy with this, currently. I also don't know what this is. I don't know why there's just a stack of stuff right here. That's interesting. Induced high pressure and a lot of sanding. Huh. Interesting. So did you see through the Matrix 2 then? I'm holding off on playing because I have every murder down to a formula that I can instant Sherlock Holmes within a minute of seeing the crime scene. Oh, are you talking about Shadows of Doubt? No. No, I certainly didn't get that far. No, I don't enjoy playing it. It feels clunky. It's not a wait, and this is like stupid criticisms coming from the guy that plays Dwarf Fortress for a living, but like it doesn't feel ready for me to play it. It's like I was thinking about this last night while trying to fall asleep, and the thing I keep coming back to is I love immersive sims. And I love games like that. But I wish it was an immersive sim and a game like that and not a procedurally generated thing. Because the result of it being a procedurally generated thing is it just feels pointless in a way. I think I would like that game more if it was handcrafted. You know, like the city is tiny and, or even on the large city, like the city is pretty small and flat. Like there's no hills, you know? Like the buildings are cool. Like it's impressive what it is. The mechanics are cool. I just don't want to play it. So, I'm good. I will pass. I ate your lobsters. But if anybody else wants to see it for science, you can watch somebody turn their fingernails into a diamond. They didn't need to eat lunch anyway. I mean, forced dieting by watching terrible videos on YouTube. I'm not going to say it's a good way to diet, but it's a way to diet. Also, I just got to say, chat, thanks for the gifted subs so far today, because we are keeping that sub count up. I'm really curious to see where we're going to settle down to in about 6 months, but it was fun hovering over 1,000 subs for the month surrounding launch. So maybe we'll get back up there one day again. Probably when September happens, or on my birthday. I mean, my birthday's in like, wow, little over a week. Shit. Streamer forgets about his birthday until it's like a week before, usually. Oh, okay. Except I don't want to see somebody make anything out of fingernails, let alone a diamond. Yeah, I mean, I know the guy who makes, like, knives out of everything. That guy's kind of cool, but... the Baron, almost, meets with the human keeper of the seal, Thek, and they say, there's much to discuss. It's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. Here, have more information. And I can check on news and rumors. Refugees calling themselves the Coalition of Shows fled from the area just before the army of the Monster of Amazement, led by the goblin Mithy Crafthaze, descended upon quick cover. I just want to say that the Boarded Wish is such a good name for a human hamlet. So we've knocked down a whole bunch of goblin settlements around here. We've got some more we've got to hit, but I'm thinking we are going to try and reclaim some of these human civs and also take out, like, basically these down here. Although this is a little scary. Seduced Brim, this Goblin Fortress. There's so many of them. I'm alarmed the visiting outpost liaison is blue of skin, maybe green. Like this kind of blue? Means they're a zombie. If they're this kind of blue. Like if they're this kind of weird turquoise color. They are definitely a zombie. Otherwise, they're a vampire. Either a zombie or a vampire, but they should be fine. Doing anything fun for my birthday? Probably streaming. Maybe getting drunk. I don't know. I know my friend who, my friend Kevin, who actually got a rare picture on social media the other day, and I think also on Discord. Did I drop a picture of Kevin on Discord? No, not on Discord, just on Twitter. No, I don't stream drunk, thanks. I'll have a beer on stream from time to time, but I don't stream drunk. Yeah. This guy. Me and this guy might go do something. I don't know. That was a good beer, by the way, speaking of beer. So I hiked for 14K on Saturday. You haven't drank since November 10th? I haven't drank since 12 hours ago. Had a beer with my neighbor outside yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. I don't stream high on this account, and I don't drink on stream. It's just not professional. I don't know. It's not like streaming is a particularly professional industry, but yeah, no. So hopefully they war on you and bring you your cup back. Well, if you can find the location with your cup, I would just attack them. Isn't streaming under the influence TOSable? Yes, if it's considered self-harm. So, like, if you have a beer on stream, no one's going to give a shit. Right? If you have, like, a shot, no one's going to give a shit. If you've had 40, like, shots, yeah, they're going to... Maybe not 40. If you've had 15 shots, you could get banned. Or basically just get your account taken offline for your own safety. Let's trade. So we've got quite a bit of value. Scrolling down, none of this is contraband. Otherwise, it would show up red. What'd they bring? Yak cow and a sow. Okay. Something that I should do, that I've been thinking about doing for a bit, which I think I'm going to do today, is I'm going to go demand tribute from a few things. I'm curious if there's any elves around, because I would like to trade with them. If there is. I want big animals. Big animals! That's a lot of cheese. Holy shit. I will totally take all of that cheese gladly once I get to the top of this cheese list. I can't handle all of this cheese. Holy shit, there's so much cheese. Okay, hold on. Let's just go up to the top of the foodstuffs. We'll just buy all the foodstuffs. Doink. 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 Wow, I can't actually afford all of the cheese. There's so much cheese, I can't afford it. This is just like me at the grocery store in real life. I want all of the cheese, but why is cheese so expensive? Why can't I just buy a 14-pound, like, wheel of Gouda without, like, going into debt? I just want a restaurant's supply of cheese. That's all I really want. It's not too much to ask for. You're asking me what I wanted to do for my birthday. I want to eat cheese. Also, I would say if you've never been drunk in your life, that I wish I could be like you. I really, really do. I haven't been drunk in the last 2 weeks. Speaking of a lot of things, they also brought a lot of fish.
Cheese for everyone!
What, why I drink, or why I wish I could be like somebody who doesn't? Also, I think I need to move my camera down. Yes, I do. Why I wish that? Because I've struggled with various levels of addiction to various substances for my entire life. Everything from caffeine to alcohol. I have a very dependent personality on substances. It's part of the reason why I don't take pills for my brain problems, because I'm scared of them. So I envy anybody who just doesn't like alcohol, because I really like alcohol. And liking alcohol is fine. But I like alcohol a little bit too much. There really isn't too much more to explain there. It's just like basic addiction. All right, now we can finally trade. And trade. Think, done. And now we have acquired much in the way of cheese. I mean, it's extraordinarily personal, but I don't really care. The fortunate thing about this stream, right, is I'm crowdfunded, Lobsters. Chat pays for me to do what I do for a living, which means I am the product, which means I can spout some personal information at you guys and it's fine. I don't really care. What I don't like about this industry is when the audience becomes the product and then it's you guys having to, you know, buy shit or like fill out things to give away your own information, or if like a streamer is just like trying to sell you Honey, the web browser plugin. It's like, then you're the product. I don't want you guys to be the product. I'm the product, so I don't care if some of my personal stuff has to get shoved out there every now and again. You know, maybe somebody can like not make the same mistakes I do, like, you know, starting to drink at the age of 14 or smoking weed at 15. Maybe like don't get a soul-sucking night shift job that you hate with coworkers that hate you, and stay in like crappy relationships for way too long, and then come out the other end going, I'm a depressed wreck, and then you read comments on YouTube going, I love your videos, but you're so nihilistic, I can't watch them. And it's like, yeah, no, I agree. But, you know, don't be like me. Be better than me. It's a nice looking hallway. Thank you. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it's turned out. The marble looks real nice. I really like this entryway. This is one of my favorite entryways I've ever built. Like, it goes from all the way down here, like, up this big old ramp. Well, I mean, I need to work on this, but they come down, they come from up here, and then they walk up this ramp, up and over the lava pool, and then they go up and then down into this area, and then they get to see the statues. They come around the corner, and then they pop up, and they walk all the way along, and then down and around, and it's fantastic. So I'm actually going to move some of my beak dogs over here, over to this side, and we're going to use them not really as defense, but like as basically watchdogs. So if like a were creature or something gets in here, we don't have to worry about it getting to us. We know that it'll probably die on the way, which is what we want. Apparently I have a dog and a duck and a goose in there. Actually, that's probably the humans that brought that. Certainly, Conzit. I mean, and that's kind of the space that this is for me too, right? Like, my streams started off as a social outlet for me, and it's kind of still that way. What is this? Water? How the heck did that get there? Did somebody like spill their bucket? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, that's the captain of the guard fighting. That's fine. Can I go over Quackdar again? Quackdar is just where you chain up an animal in a position where they can see things. So just put them in a tower. Like, I could put, like, a ham radio or a Quackdar up here on a chain, and they'd be able to see anything that's coming down the side of the mountain, and it would de-stealth enemies before they would normally de-stealth. All right, let's take a peek at this. I'm kind of sad that there's no elves on this island. Like, looking around, I really wish that there was elves.
Cheers.
Rev, thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you, dude. How much trauma is that chained beak dog experiencing? Yes, I think is the question. It's okay, though. I did give it friends. So there's 3 of them now. This one's patient after being confined. This one is lonely after being confined and disgusted after retching and miasma. And this one is patient after being confined, free after being released from confinement, didn't feel anything while in conflict, and disgusted after retching and miasma. And we can pull this lever and we can find out even more in a second. Ramen, or Rami for short. Text about how terrified they are? I mean, not really. I mean, they are beak dogs. We're just waiting for someone to come over here and pull this lever. Nerev, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate that so much. Just waiting for somebody to come pull this lever. I like how Final Blow Joe and Moist for the Lord both got gifted subs. Funny names. How far apart should I space them around the map? Oh, for a Quackdar? I just put one by the front door, really. But, I mean, as wide as you want. I think they can see, like, 30 tiles or something. So let's see. Terrified while in conflict, webbed, seriously injured, feels patient. This one doesn't seem to care. Feels patient, doesn't seem to care. So it's just the one in the middle who's lonely and terrified. This one doesn't care. This one doesn't care. Yes, it makes silk because it's attacking them. So, and then this lever locks this door and lowers this drawbridge, and then when I pull it again, it raises this drawbridge and locks this door, and unlocks this door. So the dwarves can't go in here while this lever's been pulled, unless I accidentally lock what in here, which would just be kind of hysterical. And then this drawbridge raises up, and then they can go in and collect them all. The only problem is sometimes these drawbridges can throw the silk across the room, although I haven't had this one do it at all. This used to happen on older versions, where it would throw the silk across the room. I would get a combat log of the beak dog fighting, which I think I just did. Beak dog misses the one-humped camel. Oh, no, okay, that's at the entrance. So those beak dogs that I just put at my front door are fighting with camels that are walking into my fort. Apparently. Or we're fighting with camels that were in my fort or walking. Anyway, there's wild camels in my fort, like almost always, and I don't know how they get in, but they keep getting in. So yeah, that's my silk farm from the video. Let's go back to working on that guild hall. This is why I need my mouse wheel for this game. And also, I wonder if they fixed the bug yet. There was a bug with Forgotten Beast Silk in, like, version 50 where you couldn't actually sell it. See, there's a wild camel. I don't know where these camels keep coming from, guys. True story. No idea. Let's give my military a break. What version of Windows are you on? No, Maul. The weaponsmith has been possessed, and they dropped cat intestines on the ground. One of my weaponsmiths has been possessed and was carrying cat intestines and just, like, threw them on the ground to go make their artifact. I mean, I would too if I was holding cat intestines. Windows 10. And the installer for Discord isn't working. Huh. Because I don't know. Why are you uninstalling and reinstalling Discord, I guess is my question. But it works fine on my computer. That kind of sucks. Hopefully it gets sorted. Discord is, while not the best piece of software, certainly not the worst. Cage traps catch the camels. That would be far too logical. I like having a pack of wild camels running around in my fort. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea, actually. Are bins problematic? They can be, but not generally. Like, there's a few specific instances where they can cause dwarves to not be able to collect items for strange moods or equip gear or claim stuff, but, like, they're fine. But if you're making specific food productions, be careful with that. The Ace Guild, a weaponsmiths guild, has been established. That's pretty cool. I mean, it would just be minced intestines is, like, the closest thing they could make to sausage. Because, like, there really isn't any dwarven cooking. Also, one other thing that I think is super interesting about that game that I was talking about earlier, Astra Protocol, is, this is probably going to be a pretty big link, but it comes with this. It's a 78-page manual. It's part of the reason I'm enamored with it. I keep on losing dwarves to artifacts, so I'm just going to stare at this one until the artifact's done. You got a guild now? What kind of guild? I don't care what you do as long as you don't cage the elephant. What if we cage a giant elephant and then put it on the back of a donkey to carry it to the next town over? Don't ask how big a giant elephant is. Being able to tame animals outside of cages would be nice, but that would require its own set of combat that does not actually hurt the animals. It sounds hard to pull off. What, like breaking horses and such? Or like corralling? I mean, we'd need mechanics that don't exist. I'm all right. Sniper and yourself. 75-page manual. So there's a link I just put into chat to the manual. So there's a game that I was playing off stream a little bit yesterday to see if I could do it in a video. I haven't learned it well enough to be able to make a video about it yet. It's this game, Astra Protocol 2. It's a top-down space sim that runs entirely with wireframe graphics, and it's entirely keyboard controlled. It has no audio. Very
Hey, Blindy, I like your streams.
It's a thing.
Please change nothing.
Please change
Crispier.
nothing. Word. Can I change my, like, socks at least? Because they get kind of sweaty. It's okay. You know where the door is, Orange. Where are you right now? Because you were posting a bunch of pictures of that brew pub. Where is that, if I can ask? Rev, thanks for the penny. And Dr. Nish, I thank you very much for the 7th month. If you go back and watch my VODs from like 5 years ago on YouTube, you'll notice pretty quickly that not much has really changed. Aside from that, there used to be a bookshelf behind me. I didn't used to live in a void. I used to have a window back there. It was at the other end of the apartment. Also, I found out that the person above me in this building who has slightly higher square footage than me, okay, and no balcony, and is 1 unit level above me. Apparently they're paying about $800 more a month than in rent than me, which is that's all I have to say to that. That's in Baltimore, but it's a chain. They have one in Seattle. What's the chain? Because like the menus looked familiar. So, a miner's been missing for a week. This is fine. I'm just going to real quick jump over there and make a memorial for them. Grumble, stop it. I want them to fix that so bad. Yard house. Oh, okay. That's why it looks familiar. Because I've been to the one in Seattle. That was where me, Zach, Tarn, and Alexandra from Kit Fox all went and got beer during PAX. Narav, what kind of dwarf would you like to give to a person? Or celebrity? Why are you horrified reliving seeing Minkot's dead body? Did you kill Minkot? No, you didn't. This is a very deep thought by this dwarf. I don't understand how somebody can become so obsessed with what somebody else has. Yes, dwarf. Let's confirm. I'm like mostly certain. Yes. Your dwarves are all dead. They'll turn up eventually unless they don't. I mean, I've got enough lava flows that they might just not. It's like, well, what did you find left of them? A pair of socks. And now they want a Weaver's Guild. Well, Dr. Mayhaps, beard or no beard, Nerif? Because Chief Medical Dwarf is available. No beard. Let's see. Ingiz the surgeon is available, no beard. So here, you can have the chief medical dwarf. Nerev, the medical dwarf, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after a new romance in 294. Though she wishes this were not the case, she considers altruism foolish. She is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings, a strengthening after becoming a parent in 298. And she never fails to seek out even the most stressful and dangerous situations. After seeing the human Catus dead body in 290. She is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually, and she is often filled with joy. She is confident under pressure, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she likes to take it easy, and she has an active sense of humor, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is very humble, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is often envious of others, and she is quick to anger, but less extreme after being forced to endure the decay of a friend in 299, and she is a greedy streak, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yes, because then you'd say that every single female dwarf in my fort isn't really a dwarf. That's like asking if somebody is a human if they have eyebrows. It's like, well, if somebody doesn't have well, actually, that's a bad example. It's like asking if somebody is human if they are not aesthetically male. It's unless like you have your game set to all have dwarf beards, which is fine. You can do that. In my world, that's being extraordinarily mean. Let's move on. She personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, sees the family as one of the most important things in life, and sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and believes that peace is always preferable to war, and strongly values tranquility and self-control, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. It doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes basalt tin and emerald and bitter orange and wood and mule leather, cotton fabric and the color brown, and shields and cats for their aloofness, and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs. And impossible prefers to consume radish wine and absolutely hates rats. Oh, you're married to Dr. Mac Daddy. You have 4 kids in the fort, and you've killed nobody. That's good. She has a square chin, and her slightly wide-set bronze eyes are deeply sunken. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her ears are splayed out. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is pale brown, and her skin is pink. I've never understood why wood is written twice when they like different kinds of wood. It kind of annoys me, to be honest. Okay, so that's for a Weaver's Guild. I got another guild I need to finish first, but let's check the Strange Mood. Still moving. Got wood. Yeah, it's like, is a duck really a duck if they don't have the green head because only, male ducks have the green head? You think it's an error in the grammar? Yeah. What's up, Lyagushka? We had a very long conversation about how terrible I am at pronouncing your name earlier today. Welcome back. Sorry for all the pain that causes. Yeah, and I didn't start it either. It was just like, it just came up in chat. Sorry to the person who brought it up, by the way. Likes wood done. Yeah, well. All right, we've begun a mysterious construction, which is good, so I can get back to over here, and we can finish this out. And we're going to set you as a guild hall. This is going to be a clother hall right there. Clother hall. The artifact of mirroring, sure. And I will put a clother's workshop in here. Even if this one is air quotes just for demonstrations. Make it out of a nice material that I like to look at, like
Crypt beer.
Cinnabar. Synth 1900. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. What have I started? I was trying to be funny. You haven't started anything bad. You are totally fine, Fulton. Don't worry about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You are all good, man. Just because idiots like me like to overthink things people say because it's entertaining to me, doesn't mean you need to take everything I say entirely seriously, so don't worry about it. You know, it's funny that you guys are talking about cardinal directions now because I was thinking about bearing values. Set bearing 135. Set bearing 62. Have a lot of wisdom for my years. You know, I think the thing that creates wisdom is trauma. And I think having a lot of wisdom is maybe a good thing on the outside looking in, but on the inside looking outwards, man, I wish I had less wisdom. Life would be much fucking simpler if I didn't. Looks like you're headed to Edmonton. There's worse places you could go. At least it's not Regina. Yeah, but Terry Pratchett is a very different world from Dwarf Fortress, right? So you're taking one specific piece of mythology and saying all other mythology isn't mythology because it doesn't follow this exact aesthetic by this one author. Especially considering it's an author that a lot of people haven't read. I've never read any of Terry Pratchett's work, and that's totally fine. I probably won't. I'm not really a... that's a cool-ass artifact. I'm not really a big fiction guy at all. So you're taking your headcanon and forcing it on somebody else, which is just mean, right? So. Nomol, the weaponsmith, has created Zithis Agseth, a gold short sword, and offers it to the armored boots. I really need to build a better artifact vault, I think. Because, geez. This is a gold short sword. All craftworship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval microcline cabochons and encircled with bands, and encrusted with oval microcline cabochons and decorated with Sangaro rib wood and encircled with bands of emerald-cut rose quartzites. This object menaces with spikes of gold. On the item is an image of Mesh, of aching. The gold short sword. Oh. It's got an image of itself. The gold short sword in microcline. On the item is an image of a cabinet in rhyolite. On the item is an image of an 8-sided long 8-sided prism in sheep wool. And it's quite valuable. What's up, Arch? How's things? How you been, Ming? We made a gold short sword. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can be wise sometimes, and that's probably a good thing. I wish I was less wise. I wish, like, life was simpler. But it's not. Where do I put that short sword? Head empty, no thoughts, only Zool? I wish I could think less, actually. My life would be much easier if I could just think less. Like, much easier. Dwarf Fortress is a fairly dark and cynical game that's also weirdly slapstick in its own gruesome way. Also, chat, you guys were asking about what I want to do on my birthday. Normally what I do on my birthday, and this is part of the reason I'm kind of, like, stuck on this, is because normally what I do on my birthday is I do a charity stream. That's what I've done over the past few years. But this year, we did the, like, hot potato stream, and that, I think, was enough charity streams for the rest of the year, probably. So, I don't know what I'm gonna do on my birthday this year. Like, I genuinely don't know, because my normal thing is like, well, I kind of already did that. Subathon? Maybe? I don't know. The question is, do I want to do a subathon? Because that's, you know, surprise, surprise, a lot of fucking work, dude. And on my birthday, I kind of maybe just want to sleep. So I don't know what I'm doing for my birthday this year. IRL gardening stream? No, that's for me, not for you. Gardening is my therapy. You can get your own therapy elsewhere. Gardening is me time. Also, I don't have that kind of data. I live in Canada, not Europe. It would probably cost me a few $100 to do a stream from my garden. Can I have guest hosts? Why in the world would I want to do that? 5 hours of Legends mode? Maybe, I don't know. You guys are, like, I really respect all of your guys' suggestions, but they're all work. And the thing that you guys don't fully realize is previous birthdays, I've just worked really hard. I'm probably just gonna do a lazy-ass stream for, like, 2 hours and then just go to the pub. Like, it's gonna be on my day off anyway. It's a Saturday, which I don't normally stream on. Everybody keeps on talking about all this shit. They're just like, let's put all this work in. And I'm like, I'm probably just going to do nothing this year, guys. Like, honestly, probably just not going to do anything. Yeah, hang around for a hype train or two and then just, like, leave. That's probably what I'm going to do, Arch. Realistically, that's probably what I'm going to do on my birthday. And then I'll just stream a bunch because I'm planning on taking a week off in June, actually for my birthday. So, you know, honestly, like, depending on how I'm feeling towards the end of the month, a subathon's not necessarily a bad idea, but we also kind of just did one. So, take the day off? No, I won't take the day off. Maybe go camping? No. Thank you for the offer, though. Orange is now fired from both being a mod and making suggestions about things streamers going to do. You've broken streamer's rule, which is telling streamer what to do 3 times in under 5 minutes. This is an arbitrary rule that I've just made up as of now. So you've hereby broken it. I'm retroactively adding to the list of mods. Rules. If the mods tell streamer what to do, they get demodded. So, it's been lovely working with you, Orange. But consider yourself a normie scrub from here on out. With a weird sword for some reason. I will no longer address you as moderator Orange McFancy. You're now just Orange. I don't know why I'm going down this hole, but for some reason I am. He'll take their place? Noted. Streamer's birthday. You know, on streamer's birthday, streamer should just like. For my birthday, I should bully Orange. I do that anyway, though. A lame lime? What's a lame lime? I've never heard this term before. Well, as long as you're just getting a chuckle and not a Chuck E. Cheese, we're okay. Chuck E. Cheese is unhealthy. What's the value of this? Ah, there we go. But limes are delicious. They're really good in fried rice. Or were you telling Orange that Orange needs to go back to lime? Because then I would get the fruit joke in that instance. Also, I don't know about you guys, but I associate the word lime now with those scooters that go way too fast to be rental scooters that also have a habit of exploding and setting trains on fire and shit. It's the fruit joke. Okay. Well, I'm glad that we've confirmed this. I'm going to put that sword onto this pedestal. Into limonade? Uh-huh. Limeade's pretty good, though. And if you've never had limeade before, I recommend you try it. Try it. So this is going to be a Weaver's Guild. I didn't think we were going to get any more guild halls, but yet here we are. Let's go all the way to the end there. And accept you. New guild hall. Weaver, 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 Weaver. Here you are. Weaver, Beaver. Limeade income. Streamer talk. This is why they call us influencers, is because I just said the word limeade once and someone's like, well, I'm getting me limeade. BRB 5. Okay, so we're going to try and liberate Boarded Wish, which is a human group location, which has been taken over by goblins and renamed the Strifeful Tower. We are going to attempt to raise it, but we're not going to loot other items. Consider yourself influenced, chat room. When life gives you limes, it's time for tequila. This is true. Tequila and limes is pretty good. Although my favorite use of limes is like fried rice with spring onions and like a little bit of egg and fish sauce. It's so good. Maybe some tofu if you don't have egg. Some like thinly sliced carrot. Stuff's pretty good. Demand tribute sounds like a threat. It is. It's a threat of war or tribute. Send tribute or we go to war, and if they refuse, sometimes your dwarves end up fighting with them. I wanted to try some tequila, but it's so expensive. There's tequila that you can get that's not super expensive, but it's not really worth trying. Tequila can be good. It can also be like the consistency of nail polish, so it kind of depends on the tequila you buy. But that goes with anything, you know? You kind of want to try the better stuff because it tastes better. No, you can really just only demand tribute. I mean, demand one-time tribute is about the friendliest way you can approach a different faction. Usually what'll happen if you demand one-time tribute, unless it fails horrifically, they'll usually just start trading with you. That's usually what happens when you demand one-time tribute. I mean, sometimes they get upset with you, but generally they, just trade with you. Then yeah, you just want to demand one-time tribute. It is still a threat, but it's the most peaceful way you can approach another faction. One of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress is just the sheer lack of, like... Hold on a second, I gotta figure out where the sound's coming from. One of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress is just the massive lack of, like, diplomatic options when talking to other factions. And in regards to the sound, I think someone is using, like, an electric weed eater or something outside, but it sounded almost identical to the sound that a hard drive makes when it fails. So I was like, what is that sound? It's coming from outside, so it's fine. But, like, I just heard... I was like, that seems bad. Geek Dog has been found dead? Excuse me? Why? Beak Dog died to a camel. Well, F's for the Beak Dog. That is a scary sound. Yep. It's definitely some sort of, like, outside gardening, electric gardening equipment, but... What's the best time to start making a justice system? Before you have justice problems. So before dwarves start tantruming. If they're going to start tantruming. Is the best time to make a justice system. You want to have it set up and ready before there's problems. You don't want to wait until there's problems. All right, so we're doing that. We'll bring in some more statues. And see, have we set this up yet? Yes, the Weaver Guild Hall 9 members. And if I owe you something, Raging Cave, that I'm not aware of, let me know. But I have a hard time keeping track of who's who on where. Especially while I'm streaming. Yeah, it also depends on how mad your dwarves are, yeah. All right, so the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be making some fountains. That's the next thing we're going to do. I'm going to be building a... Uh-oh, that's a lot of miasma. I'm going to be building a fountain in here, probably. Because we have this space up here that I can dig over to. And I can rather easily make a decent-looking little fountain up here. You're gonna miss being able to catch all the fun. It's the one thing about having a job that you hate. Well, look on the bright side of having a job before you dwell on the thing that you hate about it, you know? Like, you know, being able to pay rent, having income is positive. I'm just an idiot on the internet, don't mind me. And I'll still be here when you're unemployed next. That being said, yeah, no, it is nice having people that can watch. And, you know, I do feel weird when I talk openly about missing parts of the pandemic, right? And, like, When I say that, I mean, like, I do genuinely miss, like, the first, like, 6 months or so of the pandemic when everybody was just like, well, I guess I'm just gonna be watching Twitch all day every day at work. I do kind of miss that. Where it's like, well, I guess everybody's unemployed now, so we're all just gonna watch streams all day. Like, yeah, it definitely sucked. I'm not gonna deny that. It absolutely sucked having to do that, but at the same time, it was kind of nice. It looks like you're getting a supervisor spot? Ah. I mean, that's good. There was an old audience member, actually, I haven't seen in a very long time, so I don't know what he's up to now. But I do not know what happened here. Anyway, who I haven't seen in ages, so I don't know if he still watches the stream. But this person owned a small pub and would put my streams on in the break room. So sorry to everybody who worked for that guy, but who's rotting? Not who. It's just food. We bought a bunch of food off the humans, so nobody is rotting. Nobody specific is rotting. It's just probably some fish or some cheese. Let's see if anybody gets impact deaded by boulders falling. So far, nobody. That's good. You used to put see, here's the thing. With Best Buy, you could get away with it, right? Like, with Best Buy, like, they need something for the TVs, and if it's, like, close to the video games section, like, you can get away with that. Like, that's a good play to roll with. I mean, I've talked about this many times before, but I worked for McDonald's for a number of years, right? When I was working for McDonald's, there was a good chunk of time there where we were under renovations, and so there was nobody in the lobby. So for the entirety of the time that we were under renovations, I was bringing my Wii U into work, and we were playing Smash Brothers on the menu boards. Like, when it comes to, like, getting away with dumb shit, or, like, some of you guys might know the streamer Cat on Mars with a Z. When I worked night shift by myself, I would just straight up put him on, like, the stereo system, which I don't think included the outside, but it might have. So I was in a McDonald's by myself that was closed with just, like, Cat on Mars's voice just echoing around the inside of this McDonald's. You fixed the Windows issue? Yay! Did you uninstall Windows? It's the only way to truly fix the Windows issue. Which is why I have such fond memories of him streaming through, like, Deadbolt and not Risk of Rain, specifically Deadbolt and, FTL, because I could just listen to FTL music all night. The IT team of being volunteer students in high school would constantly play Doom in the library computers. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, the thing about digital menu boards, right, is digital menu boards just have, like, an HDMI in. So you can just, like, HDMI in and just, you know, pull everything you need from that. It's pretty great. Let's see, if I start digging right here, where's that gonna go through? Okay, that's less than optimal. What if I go from, like, right here? It goes right through that. It's kind of funny. I need to go 2 up regardless. So I should probably go up here and maybe down here. Let's go 1 further up. Let's just go from here. Yeah, we can do this. We can make this work. It's not the most optimal, but we can make it work. Also getting caught up on, just found a huge spider in the room. You need me to figure out the teleportation so I can come and save you? Spider is more scared of you than you are of it. It's not teleportation, but it's like actual fact. Also, spider only bite if you threaten it, so don't squish its butt, and it's probably fine. Also, you literally have pet spiders. Why are you asking me to come save you? Like, you're the one with pet spiders. You should be immune to this. So put socks on. Then it can be near your toes. I don't see the problem. It's just a spider. Fluffy Bean created a masterpiece pigtail cloth. Yuppity, yuppity, yuppity. Were lizard. Guildhall has been satisfied. Good to see. Baron is visiting. Yup, yup, yup. There's always barons visiting. Did my military return yet? Nope. They all left. Yep. You could be scared of spiders and live in Australia. You know, that's like me asking how do type 1 diabetics live in Alaska. It's like, I can't go outside if it's below like -5 without a chest strap to literally strap my insulin to my body to stop it from freezing. How do you live in Australia and be scared of spiders? Like, actually. This one doesn't know me. The others know that I am a food giver. Well, in this instance, you are a life giver because if it didn't have you, someone would probably step on it. And then it would just be dead. And then it would just be sad. So I don't think it, I think it benefits it to know you in this instance. You are its savior. I'm gonna need stairs all the way along the side of this that go up to here probably. It's a collection of little stairs to go along the side of this so that we can, build what we need to build. How tall am I? 6'1.5", or I always forget what it is in centimeters because it's more numbers. .420 centimeters. I don't know if it's actually .420, but that's really funny if that's true. I'm not short. Hi, Hashpipe. Did I say weed 3 times in a row? Speaking of summoning, Pilot's here. And unlike previous years of Pilot watching this stream, Pilot's name is no longer a lie. Pilot is actually a pilot teaching pilots now, which is awesome. The first lesson of mechanics school is if it's leaking oil, it still has oil. I mean, yeah, because it's the oil is leaking out. It might not have enough oil. Probably needs more oil. Sounds like it's been a problem for most of your life, Elfie. Yeah, 6 foot and 1/2 an inch. 6 foot and 1/2 of an inch. That's how tall I am. Still pretty tall, but I'm not that tall. Not 6'5". So I am slightly taller than you if I stand up straight. We're just slowly moving up. Got old and shrunk. Yeah. No, I'll probably be 5'9" when I get older. No access. Oh, they haven't dug. Oh, I know why. Can I even dig through this? I don't think I have access to that anymore. Yeah, no, I certainly does. Hold up. Even I get disoriented in this fort sometimes. Okay, so I do have access to that, so I can use that walkway. Don't ever say that in my chat again, Fried Onion. That's disturbing. Stop watching videos on, like, adult sites because it's putting weird thoughts in your head, my guy. Also, dwarves will not marry their siblings in Dwarf Fort. They'll marry cousins, but they won't marry siblings, if that's what you're actually asking. So you'd need cousins. Step Dwarf, I'm stuck in a rock. Yes. Boulder landed on me. What are you doing, Step Dwarf? That's actually, like, legit what every dwarf says whenever a dwarf runs off with a step ladder. It's like, what are you doing, Step Dwarf?
No!
Why are you taking that step ladder away?
No!
I mean, why do you think all dwarves wear dresses? Pilot. Stuck in a tree, actually. Except instead of it being like a sexual encounter, that dwarf is just starving to death now. There's no kids. It's just, that is just a hungry dwarf. Brings new meaning to the word thirsty.
Cheese for everyone!
Except for the dwarf stuck in a tree. They don't get cheese. Bondage, more like branched bitch? I'm gonna never continue this subject again. Moving on. Being old brings old meaning to the word thirsty. Yeah, the actual meaning. We've gone back to the original definition of the word thirsty. Chance honking at me. Did I do something wrong, chat?
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Earl Grey hot? Roger.
A lovely
2 of them coming up.
tomato. Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it. And just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Mm-hmm. You should. Man, you just need one more hour, and that's the number of hours of years that I've been alive. Oh, it's my birth year. That's all I have to say to that, Diamond. It was just depression exhale. Can I just say that, like, adult films like wider effect on like our speech patterns and culture is one of the most hysterically sad things about our current life, I find. It's just like imagine being that actor in the this isn't really adult entertainment, but imagine being that one actor in the first ever American Pie movie who just walked up and said, "Dude, that chick's a MILF." Some MILF. MILF. Mom, I'd like to fuck. That original line is just like so burned into all of our psyche now, and it's just like, where did that even come from? Very strange things keep trending on Twitter, and you can blame the e-girls and the femboys. Those tags are actually sometimes very fun to dive into and just see people shitposting in there. Like, legit, it's like you can thank OnlyFans models for that. Because they're just like, Thirsty Thursday and Femboy Friday, let's go nuts. It's like, okay, well, I guess Twitter's just porn now. I mean, there's worse things it could be. It was in the sports category? Of course it is! What else do you think sports are for? Certainly not what they're actually for. Regardless, that sounds like a fun hashtag. When I see things trending on Twitter these days, I just don't question it. Yeah, true. I like to watch sport. You just haven't been looking in the right places. Yeah, true. The Jack-Off Olympics? I'm pretty sure pole dancing is a sport. Like, unironically. Uh-oh, I think my military's back. Oh no, a vile darkness of force has arrived. And my military is back, that's good. Is this just a little raiding party? It's just a little raiding party. Okay, first, before we murder those 4 goblins or however many just showed up, how did we do? Okay, well, we didn't get any stuff from them. We attacked them. The tufted urns attacked the strifeful terror, and the reclusive ghoul aborted wish, and the dwarf, Ton Sack prepared, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin, Frightful Riddles. The dwarf Ton Sack prepared outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Good. The Asian guy became a huge TV and movie star, and the Indian guy became a political... He became a political correspondent? Okay, I didn't know that. I do know about the guy who said MILF, Mom, I'd like to fuck, is like actually like kind of famous now. And that was one of his first acting roles in a major movie, was just being able to say that line. He also had bit parts in the rest of those movies. I didn't know about the other guy becoming a political correspondent, but that is funny. We struck down the goblin leader. More goblins got struck down. We struck down another one. We rampaged throughout and didn't destroy it, but found no loot. Uh-oh. This goblin siege just got bigger. Yeah, I didn't know about the guy becoming a political correspondent, but... Okay, let's get... all of these dwarves inside. And we're stuck in an ad, so I will wait. Because MILF screams politics? Anything is politics if you try hard enough. No, but that's the first time it was used in a major motion picture. It was already in use, but that was the first time it was really stated in a public space. What happened here? Nothing? What's up, casual elephant? Or why are we talking about MILFs? Well, we were talking about, like, what are you doing, step dwarf? And, like, what are you doing, step ladder? And then that just kind of devolved into general debauchery, as it does. Oh, the bird things? Oh, those are just beak dogs. They're my pets. They're normally goblin mounts, but we stole a bunch of them from the goblins. The usual for this channel. Yeah. I mean, the internet's for porn, right? Snatchers, protect the child. Protect the childs. Did any of them get a child's? I don't think any of them got the child's. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. And nope. All right. Ficod the Mace Dwarf is terrified while in conflict. And if I check the combat logs, the Mace Dwarf Ficod got struck by an iron bolt in the right ear, and the severed part sails off in an arc. This dwarf just lost an ear. He has a helmet on. Like, holy shit, that's what Avenue Q... I mean, Avenue Q was most of my generation's sex ed, from what I can tell. Let's move a few frames forward and just let this dwarf beat the ever-living crap out of that goblin's dead body and turn that goblin into a pile of flying teeth. And let's see how far this tooth goes, because this tooth right here, still going. In fact, this is Nigurzong... Negozbololo's right upper back tooth, and it is still falling. So if I move a few more turns, it's still going. It's still going, and it eventually lands on our front stairs. I've never actually seen Avenue Q in its entirety, but I've seen plenty of chunks of it, like clips and repost things. Someone just lost a hand. This goblin was like, yo, do you need a hand? And the dwarves were like, no, and neither do you. The hammer dwarf, Erdim, is beating the crap out of these goblins. Most recently bashed a goblin bowman in the upper leg with her steel warhammer, chipping the bone through the donkey leather leggings, and the force pulls the right hip, bruising the muscle. Goblin's going to feel that if they ever wake up, which they won't. And then this goblin is loosing bolts and running, and now getting beaten by a mace and now no longer standing. Now this one is doing the same, and the dwarves continue to move up. There's actually a dwarf attacking alongside of this named Box, who has no relationships and falls very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect and martial prowess. Very much a dwarf and is now dead. Rest in peace. Then something else goes flying. What was that? That is someone's nose. This goblin just lost a nose. Well, he knows nothing now because he's about to die. Also lost an arm, a hand, and a leg in that fight. That is barely a goblin anymore.
You suck.
No, you. I ate your lobsters. What kind of dwarf would you like? And then the rest of the dwarves then continue running up the hill, and I'm going to let them go back to just chilling. Shoutouts to that dwarf Ficod who lost an ear. I wish my dwarves would stop knocking statues over. It's kinda getting annoying. Also, that needs to be deconstructed because that needs to be replaced with a mechanism. Also, I kind of screwed this up. maybe not, actually. I don't know if this will work. Probably will. I mean, I know all the songs. Like, I know probably every single song from Avenue Q. Have I ever seen it in its entirety? I don't think so. Let's just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's just do copper. 12. I mean, when it comes to musicals that are a wee bit problematic that we enjoy anyway, I prefer the Blazing Saddles musical. I'm not a musical guy, and I don't actually like musicals, but the Blazing Saddle one is kind of fantastic. One happy spear dwarf, I don't think that's almost an oxymoron in this fort. Just an FYI. But I will make you into a spear dwarf, or a dwarf with a weapon. No beard. Right. Have a beard? That one has a beard. The happiest one has a beard, so I can't give you the happiest one. But Tun's pretty happy. You can be Ton cloak busts. So when people tell you to bust a move, you can tell them to bust a cloak. I can't wait till they fix that bug. All right, now that I've named you, she lives a high-energy kinetic pace and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. She finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding, and she has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She has a sense of duty, and she is quick to anger, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She has a greedy streak, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She often feels discouraged and isn't particularly ambitious, and she is stubborn, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and doesn't seek out excitement and likes to brawl. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally has a great deal of respect for a worthy craftsdwarfship and values loyalty and finds introspection to be a waste of time. Dreams of mastering a skill. She likes saltpeter, iron, and ruby, and amber, and badger bone, and bucklers, and crowns, and coins, and rabbits for their ears, and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume skunk lettuces and passion fruit wine, and pendant amaranth flower, and absolutely hates bats. I wonder how she feels about that worm man statue, outside of her, training area. Her very long hair is braided, and her slightly upturned nose is quite long. Her copper eyes have very thin irises, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is cinnamon, and her skin is pale pink. She feels euphoric due to inebriation and frustrated after being unable to help anybody for too long. Her older half-sister is also in the military as a spear dwarf. Tyler's her uncle. Old zombie uncle Tyler. Fath, the Baroness of Mountain Man, or Baron of Mountain Man, is also your uncle. Bastet, who's dead, is your cousin. Corvius Swade is your cousin, and you have some other cousins and things in the fort. Plenty of family around. I saw a skunk the other day. Skunks are kind of adorable, but yeah, definitely avoid. Red or pink? Or blue? What color should I make these pumps? Yeah, anybody can redeem a dwarf. You just need enough points. Like Olaf. Which, admittedly, you earn points faster as a sub, but you just need 5,000 points and you can redeem a dwarf. Yeah, you can get their, like, what's it called? Their stank glands removed. Pink? Okay, I'm seeing pink. Allanite it is. You can get their stink things removed, but yeah, hard pass on that. Apparently, skunks are very cat-like in their behavior, or so I've been told. But, like, I have no idea. They seem kind of like those types of animals that just don't give a shit about anybody because they don't really have any predators except for, like, eagles. Yeah, they kind of seem like fluffy ferrets, actually. That's not a bad descriptor. Fluffy ferrets. Alright, well, so this is active and powered. So it is rotating. It's kind of hard to see, but... Piston is rotating. Oh, I know why this ain't getting done. That explains that. Stinky ferrets. Yeah, so just ferrets. I was gonna say, have you never smelled a ferret? Because, like, ferrets are already extraordinarily smelly. Stinky-er ferrets. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Less good-smelling ferrets. It's like they already stink. Like, you can make them stink worse. Yeah, no, I mean with skunks, yeah, you'd need to degland them. To have them as like consistently safe pets, you'd have to degland them. That's a lot of shoes. I sold dresses, tunics, and like shirts and stuff to the humans, and I'm selling shoes and gloves and pants to the dwarves. Awesome trade gear. Also, I have no idea what happened here. It's like a wagon exploded on the way out. I also apparently have a duck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a wagon just broke here. That's what this looks like. There might be a bug with unloading the trade depots. You've never seen them empty. Oh, it's absolutely a bug, and it's absolutely been in the game for as long as I've played. Trade depots are never empty. The only way to actually empty them is to deconstruct them. Figuring out trade depots is one of the things that Putnam has said she wants to do because they've been broken for as long as I can remember. You had a caravan show up with absolutely nothing? Huh. It's a issue. That's not good. Why did you have a caravan show up with nothing? I don't know if it goes back to pre-40, but... Trade depots have always kind of been perpetually full of items. which admittedly makes trading way quicker. Humans brought you a silver whip? Hell yeah, humans. Yeah, I don't know. Something that, like, we need to figure out, like, as a community chat is how do we keep this directory for Dwarf Fortress alive? Because right now, Draven's streaming, Nerds Half-Life is streaming, and Claiborne was streaming earlier. We need these two guys to have, like, 25 viewers. And we need there to be, like, 20 streams with one viewer, or I am really worried about the stream health of Dwarf Fort. It's like the game itself might be doing fine financially, but I'm worried about the Twitch side of things because numbers are dwindling in a lot of ways. The player base has been pretty consistent around 1,400 players, but oof, the actual like content creation health of Dwarf Fort is concerning me a little bit. You're getting ready to start streaming it next month? Like, you know, Diamond used to do this thing where you would stream with no mic. We just need, like, people doing that again. It's the effect of Zelda. Yeah, it's probably actually just the Zelda effect, right? It's probably everybody's just streaming Zelda. Everybody's streaming Zelda and, I think a couple of games that have this, like, audience overlap with Dwarf Fort just came out. Like, Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun came out this morning, which obviously is racking up the charts and taking all of the Dwarf Fortress audience. I'm trying to think what else came out today. I don't know. Destiny put out some stuff, but apparently Magic the Gathering Arena just came out on Steam. Wasn't that already on Steam? Oh, it released. Zelda released. That's it. Zelda released. Really? That was an Epic exclusive? Huh. I didn't know that. I mean, I don't play Magic the Gathering Arena, so. All right, who told Skip the Dishes that it's okay to start sending me ads for Let me read this ad copy because this is terrible. Skip the Dishes, which is a food delivery service, says free dessert from Brown's Social House. To dig into a new free Oreo brand symbol, cookie jar with a minimum order of $35. My guy, that's not free. And no, I don't want an Oreo cookie jar. Can I permanently disable ads from this app? Thank you. Jars. Hold on. I need to read the rest of this. Free. This is the full ad copy, chat. Free dessert from Brown's Social House. Dig into a free Oreo brand name symbol cookie jar from Brown's Social House with a minimum order of $39 or $35 up until May 29th. Jar not included. It's a free Oreo cookie jar, but jar isn't included. $9 value. I mean, like, I know why. No notifications from this app. Thank you. I know why jar isn't included, but it's funny because I've had those cookie jar things before from, like, them. It's like cookie ice. It's like Oreo cookie ice cream in a jar with, like, some brownie crap at the bottom. They're fine. It's funny that it says jar not included. I just want books. That's literally the only thing I'm importing at this point. Books. Did they bring any animals? They brought the gander. Okay, well, that's no good. A guinea cock and, a rooster. Oh, they come to snuff the rooster. Okay, let's go through this. Got in through. I mean, I could just scroll. Books. The World of Foraging Behavior. It's a copy. We'll buy that. This isn't that kind of meal service. This is like Uber Eats. This is like, yo, we deliver food to you via like a courier driver from, I don't know, A&W. This isn't that kind of food delivery service. Skip the Dishes is also notoriously terrible here, to the point where like there's people like in my building during the pandemic that were putting up signs saying, "Do not order from Skip the Dishes. Our food arrived moldy," and stuff like that. So like Skip the Dishes does not have a great reputation around here. But no, Skip the Dishes is like Uber Eats. It's a Canada specific food delivery. I think it's Canada specific, or it's like very regional delivery service. But yeah, it's like Uber Eats. Okay, so that does not power these, but that's also not connected, so it should be connected. These are just going to be pumping water, so it doesn't actually matter the material too much. So I don't care, personally. I just care about the block color, because that's what dictates the color of the item. Your ex rants about Skip? They were in the Maritimes, I believe that. What does your ex say about Skip? Did your ex used to drive for Skip or something? I mean, it's a terrible service. Because I sit outside pretty frequently at this time of year because it's too warm in the evenings to sit inside. So I sit outside and I talk to my neighbors, and a couple times a week, there will be random drivers that can't figure out how to get into my building that show up that are just like, "Hey, do you live here? Do you know how to find insert my address here?" And we're just like, "Yep, this is the building." And then they're like, "Well, how do I get in?" It's like, "Well, you don't, but like there's the front door is this way." So we're just like constantly directing delivery drivers to like the front door. I guess we're kind of doing a service if you think about it. Thanks, Cappy. How are you doing today? Skip's been around for a while? Yeah. No, Skip is not new. So I'm going to need a platform to drop this on, or it's not going to work. Actually, I might need platforms all the way around. You've had some very expensive big ticket packages delivered to the outright wrong building where you are. Well, that's suboptimal. I try to not order anything that I would describe as big ticket and or expensive from one of those two-door delivery services. It's not that I don't trust them, it's just I don't trust them. And it took 8 years for navigation systems to finally start sending people to the right house. Oh no, Santa Paca. Sort of a similar issue, but completely different. Growing up, my phone number, the phone number for the house I grew up in, was 1 digit different from the local fire department. So let's just say it was the difference between a 2 and a 1. Without stating my old phone number, it's no longer an active phone number, but like, it just feels weird to say that. Anyway, it was 1 digit difference. So instead of like typing in 22, you would type in 21. 21 was my phone number, 22 was the fire department. And it's like, it's the local like volunteer fire department, right? So they're not constantly there, but like we would get phone calls like 3 to 5 times a week of people looking for the fire department, and like we got pretty good at it. And we also had like a thing on our answering machine where it's like, and if you're looking for the volunteer fire department, the phone number is this. Because people would like end up on our answering machine and just like leave us messages trying to talk to firefighters, or like someone was trying to like contact their partner or something. Would happen quite frequently. With their local, I think I would rather have the local fire department than Walmart. Like, I would rather have this problem with a fire department than Walmart. From the local Sears as a kid? Wow. I feel like this is maybe a common problem. God, having Walmart's phone number would be the worst. Or sharing a very similar phone number with Walmart would be the worst. But yeah, chat, my big request for you guys, especially if you have extra tabs open, like don't worry about this if you're on mobile. But if you have extra tabs, and can just like pop up other streams, just go lurk in every Dwarf Fortress stream. Let's try and push the numbers of this group up a little bit. Your first sidebar ads? Wait, the ones that are like above Twitch chat, Fox Tuberson? Because I think they're testing those. I hate the actual visual, the in-video ads. I think they're horrible. But we don't really have a better solution. Or the poison control center. That would be pretty bad, God. There's only like 5 streams live now. Yep. Which is why I'm saying go lurk in as many of them as possible. If I'm live or not. Just try and support this directory because, you know, we're basically back down at this point to pre-release directory busyness, which is basically like I was talking to a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago, and they asked me like, what do you stream? And I like explained it, and they went and looked up the directory, and they're like, oh, there's nobody live. And it's like, yep. Because it's usually just me again. You know, it was kind of funny. Back during December, people following my channel were like, why should I follow you instead of somebody else who's streaming Dwarf Fort? And it's like, well, because I'll still be playing this game in 6 months. And most of the other people streaming right now won't. And it's true. I'm still the one streaming. Wakapepe and Excerpt, hello. How is the stone and the heat? Pretty good. We attacked Goblin Settlement a minute ago. I'm gonna go do that again. We're attempting to raise it. Where did it go? Arrow Voice, Filtered Flu. Maybe I did raise it. What? Unless I attacked a different one. Whatever. Speaking of ads, we're about to get hit by an ad break, so I will not do anything. Period of that ad break. Oh, these actually have workers to request now. That's good. Well, let's go max sin halls. We're going to attempt to raise. Send all my squads. We're not going to loot other items, just important treasures and livestock. Good luck, dwarves. Toe Thief is still a thing, yeah, except there's a demon living there, so I've been avoiding attacking it, because I need, like, 5 top squads to do that. Basically, like, I think probably what's going to end up happening is, I need to... I will probably retire this fort sometime in the next, like, week and a half, and we'll start a new fort in this world, and that one will go after Toe Thief, but we'll need to be way more warmongery than even this fort has been. Because this is a pretty fitting mountain home, I think. I mean, look at this thing. Although I need to finish this road. There's a few things I want to finish. Did this get high enough value? I hope it did. Yeah, not quite. All right, looks like they're all powered. There's just one more that needs to be finished, which is this one. And then I should be able to start the water up. Pit pond. Let's get some water into here. It's because everybody blocks ads, and the main way of making money is with ads. So the more people try and block them, the lower value the ads become, the more intrusive the ads get. Also, turns out it's much more profitable to make shitty ads that are annoying than, you know, ads that are less annoying because people ignore them when they're less annoying. But yes, this is also... I disagree with that, raw storage. There are some websites that are, like, borderline unusable. There's so many ads on them. Like, a particularly good one, I mean, actually, I don't know. I have enough ad block in this web browser that, like, you wouldn't see any of the ads anyway. But there's a lot of, like, blogs and stuff that used to be really, 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 really easy to use that are now very difficult to look at. Twitch isn't that bad. I don't think Twitch or YouTube are that bad. Like, people complain a lot about ads on Twitch and YouTube. Really, like, when we're talking about, like, video format entertainment, yeah, it doesn't hold a candle to cable TV. Like, it's not bad at all. Like, try and watch, like, baseball and not, like, die in the amount of ads that they're gonna spew at your face. But, like, when it comes to more, when it comes to, like, text content on the internet, ads are horrific. Fandom Wiki, that's a good example, actually. Anything related to fandom is a pretty good example of, like, terrible ads. You just need 2 of 7 water to be there for it to work. Need somebody else to bring a bucket. Was just go to CNN? Wait, what do you mean was just go to CNN? Your local newspaper's website is sentence, ad, repeat, yeah. Well, I mean, like, to give you an idea on the amount of traffic you need to make money off of ads, like, obviously I'm making money through Twitch, so Twitch is taking a cut of it. But you guys see the amount of ads, assuming you're not subscribed to my stream. You see the amount of ads I stream, right? In a 10-hour stream, I make like $25 in ads. In a 10-hour stream. In like a 5-hour stream, I get like 14. Yeah, no, mostly ads are like legitimate these days. At the very least, like, you know, the era of ads containing malware is mostly behind us, with some exceptions like Traffic Junkie. But there we go. We now have this all set up. We can just deconstruct that. Should you not block? You can block ads. I don't care. It's mostly up to you. I personally believe that ads should be opt-in versus opt-out. I think that if we lived in a better world, the way the business model on Twitch would work is, do you like this streamer? Would you like to support this streamer by watching the ad that's about to play? Click yes, opt on always, or opt off. I think they should be opt-in and out, not forced. But I don't think we're ever going to live in that world, so... Like, I'm fine with ads existing, I just wish that they were yes or no instead of... Like, I wish it was something that you opted into upon watching on Twitch versus, you know, having ads just shoved in your face. Because nobody likes having things shoved in their face. And, you know, unless they're into that, and then it's between 2 consenting adults, in which case, then that's the option I want, which is I want people to be able to opt in. As the person purchasing an ad banner out of the corner, it's very easily ignored, thus low value. An ad that hijacks the screen for several seconds is high value, since typically when buying... Oh, no, you are correct. We agree, then. I was just saying that it's like... You stated that it's like, it's better than other forms of media, which like, certainly better than cable television. That much is for sure. Build that wall again, and there it goes. So now we just have this. And this will hopefully rapidly improve the general happiness of the dwarves. Yep, they get to go through a waterfall. Now the question is, do I want to build another one? I want to make another mist generator. This is a pretty high busyness area. Queen has given birth to a boy. A prince in the fort now. Of the desktop stripper ads. I remember seeing those. Are these wild ibexes? These are wild ibexes. So I think what's happened, right, is I have a door over here and a door over here. So all of the wild animals are using this as like their means of transport across the map. So I guess I'm just going to build a bunch of cage traps because this is getting a little bit silly. Draven, thank you much for the raid. And thanks for streaming Dwarf Fort. I was just talking about this with chat earlier that, like, I'm a little bit worried about the, you know, kind of health of Dwarf Fortress as a game to be streamed purely because of the fact that it's, like, me and then, like, 3 other people streaming at any given time. But, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? I think I'm going to build ramps all the way across up here. Not out of the closest material, and also don't do that. Going to build ramps out of diorite, I think. I mean, thanks for the raid, dude. Raids get shoutouts. Is it Traffic Junkie? Or is it the, I get, my ex used to bug me because all of my Gmail is just, all of the ads I get on Gmail and, like, Google is just the, it used to be, like, marry Russian women, but that weirdly stopped recently. Now it's, like, find, like, cheap, Chinese brides is usually what I get for ads. Adfly's pretty bad about that, yeah. It's Traffic Junkie and Adfly. Uh-huh. Yeah, because it knows that I stream on Twitch, but that's where it, like, runs out of ideas. I impressed my parents the other day because, like, my mom runs a Maria Montessori school for little kids, right? And, I was trying to explain ChatGPT to my mom, and I got it to write haikus for her about Montessori. Dude, I get so many of those, it's not even funny. And it's got nothing to do with me being lonely and single these days. Like, I used to get them when I was happily, like, engaged. Like, they never stopped. Like, I've gotten mail-order bride ads as long as I've been on the internet, I think. Although, I think when I was younger, it was just, like, Ebony. Which is like, you will play my lord or whatever the fuck. Why is there vomit in the living room? Oh, it's Ibex. Okay. Well, Ibex has got obliterated, I think. It's about tourist stuff in Central Florida, and she works that industry, and she uses to keep up with stuff in the industry. I mean, hey. I think I have dogs. So I'm actually going to move this from what I was going to turn it into a pen pasture for dogs. Specifically dogs, not peak dogs. Uh-oh. I think I have to geld some cats. Yeah, I do have a dog in the fort. 2 dogs, turns out. Besmer. You go there too. All right. 3 dogs. Kumo. I'm going to geld some cats. Apparently there's a couple cats that came out of nowhere. I don't know where they all came from, but suddenly we have a bunch of cats, so let's remove their balls. I blame this one. I'm not slaughtering the kittens. I'm just simply spaying them. This is normal, like, kitten behavior. Or kitten owner behavior, rather. Blind the ball thief. Sure. You can call me that if you like. Why is there so many? I don't know what's going on here. No bro doing. The ghostly spear dwarf is risen and haunting the fortress. That's a little awkward. Well, I will memorialize that dwarf. And I will engrave that last slab. Tons of timeshare cancellation lawyer ads. After going to Vegas, I now get a lot of ads for lawyers who can get you 100% of your winnings without taxes in Canada, which is a very specific type of lawyer, but I get a lot of those ads now that I've been to Vegas once. Fluffy cats is a good choice. You know, you're not. You know what I should do, chat? Do you guys remember those videos that Fog made, right? What if I run my military through here and kill these camels and ibexes? What if we do cat explosion socks? That's an idea. You could just have like socks come, like it could go like all the way up the edge of a tube sock, and so it would just be like cats coming out of your shoes. No, they wouldn't be cat print socks. They would just be like those ugly ass cats that Fog drew. Because they are very ugly. Let's deal with that random ibex in the fort, please. Thank you. Where'd that camel go? I'm also going to claim all this stuff, and we're going to throw it into the lava. Don't even know what most of it is, and I don't frankly care. All right, well, that's running now. So I gotta find somewhere else to put a waterfall, and I'm thinking like right here, because look at all the traffic in here. Like, this is one of the most heavily trafficked areas, especially because everybody goes to trade. So if I click on this and say, how much power are you using? 611? Nothing. Okay. We can just make more pumps. What do you think? I think that's a good idea. Right next door. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, same. Yeah, no, same. My dad talks about that, too, because he thinks that, like... My dad thinks that Google thinks that he is not male. And to which I say, I think Google is just confused about what everybody is and is just very good. And I think that, like, feminine hygiene products just have a lot of marketing money behind them, so they just get marketed kind of to everybody. Like, regardless of who you are. Yeah, Google's just, like, using a lot of guesswork. And then there's Amazon, which is really terrible at marketing stuff to me that I haven't already purchased. It's like, if I've already purchased something, they are very good at marketing stuff to me. But, like, if I've already purchased something, they're like, hey, so you bought a tent last week. How about this tent? Want to buy this tent too? And to which I say, no, that's why I bought a tent last week, so that I don't need to buy another one. Really? I never really even thought about doing that, Jazz. If I didn't do this job, and if I wasn't chronically disabled in a way where I needed a phone to be able to, you know, contact my doctor and have things that are automatically sent to my doctor. If I wasn't chronically disabled, I wouldn't have a smartphone. That's how I feel about smartphones being listening devices. And I'm at a point now where I'm buying smartphones. Like, okay, so a friend of mine just bought 5 smartphones. Because it's the last generation of that type of smartphone that has a headphone jack, a replaceable battery, and a SIM card slot. So he just bought 5 of them because they tend to last him about 4 years before they stop working. So he bought 5 of them. It's a damn good investment. I mean, like, I'm using this TCL, I think. Why am I blanking on the actual brand name of this? TCL T10 Pro is the name of this phone. And it has a headphone jack. And it's the last of this line that has a headphone jack. Planned obsolescence blows. Yep. Fortunately, we have custom firmware, but it doesn't really make things much better. Die right around the edges. Then we'll grab this tool. Let's just dip down to here. Fine. I've never used one of those budgies, so.
Clear prop.
Keep getting ads for the CIA. Is it one of those, this message brought to you by the CIA kind of things, or? Because that's a little odd. Yeah, this is what was rotting all of these fish. Now hiring staff? Oh, that's okay. That's not super weird. Certainly not the weirdest thing you could get ads for. The propaganda stuff is kind of weird, but hiring, People gotta hire. Doesn't like everybody's gotta hire new employees. So like that makes quite a bit of sense to me anyway. I love how they're all getting super happy thoughts by running through here. Those are the primary reasons you switched to Android? Gotcha. I mean, I don't think that Android are, like, much better as far as keeping the headphone jacks around, but at the very least, like, you know, they haven't, like, phased them out as a brand, unlike Apple. Whereas Apple's kind of doing its damnedest to just, like, completely remove the existence of, you know, headphone jacks, just in general. Let's also make more copper pumps. Which is part of the reason, like, when it comes to ads and stuff. This is why my business model as a streamer is I am the product. Let me be the brand. Let me be the product. I don't really want to sell you guys. Which is, you know, why I don't do many sponsored things, even though I would make significantly more money if I did that. What am I building? I'm building, fountain systems. Essentially spraying water down here in this format. You see, it's pretty obvious in this version. It's this mist, that purple thing up there. It says mist. Dwarves get very happy thoughts when they walk through mist. Let's see if I can find one. Relieved being near a waterfall. Relieved remembering being near a waterfall. That is a very good positive thought that's very easy to give your dwarves by simply making a pump system like this. Essentially what happens is 2 of 7 water gets picked up by the pump, and because water gets picked up by pumps faster than it falls, instead of the water falling down here and going splat, it gets propelled from pump to 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 pump in a circle, and that sprays mist everywhere, which makes the dwarves super happy. Take one more out. It's a bit excessive. I could do it though. Yeah, let's do it. Your FPS? Yeah, that makes a degree of sense. What in the world is going on down here? Oh, I see. All of that started rotting. That is a boatload of miasma. Fortunately, they are trying to get rid of all this stuff, so... Never mind, nobody's dumping it. They not consider it to be ours. Miasma dangerous? No, it just makes them upset. It's just smelly, and they get negative thoughts for it, so... Disgusted after retching on miasma. Really bad thought, which I don't want them to have. Unlike content after being near a waterfall. I want them to be content, not disgusted. Fortunately, it will all just rot eventually, but that is a lot of miasma. Yeah, it's just a big smelly cloud, pretty much. And not really a thing you want. I put the hole in the wrong place. Best fine. What is the phone? Or do I have to open up the article? What are these machines for? Well, I was just explaining it. These are mist generators. It's the strat as old as Dwarf as far as I'm concerned. Don't mind the miasma, it's just food from the traders dropped. Of a draw? I suppose so. I mean, it doesn't really surprise me that it's that much of a draw. I do have a tutorial on YouTube of how to build these if you just want to watch a tutorial. But essentially what they are is they propel the water in a circle, which sprays mist everywhere, which triggers the dwarves happy near waterfall thought, which is one of the best thoughts dwarves can get for positive moods. It's kind of cheesy. Some people think it's kind of cheesy, but to me it requires enough engineering that it's not. But, you know. We all pick the bugs we abuse, and whether or not you consider this a bug is up to you. I don't consider it a bug, so I like this one. But infinite power generators are something I avoid using. Pink mist generator. Well, I mean, like I said, it is all being gone pretty soon. All right, let's get a horizontal axle down to here. Also, hey, Tygo. Hope you're doing well. Can't imagine how happy you are that you're here because you've got a whole night of grinding homework sent in last minute and now you're feeling like shit. Man, I'm sorry. Well, at least you got me here all night, right? Although, on the bright side, aren't you getting close to the end of the school year? Like, school season's kind of wrapping up pretty soon, eh? I don't know what it's like over there in Ukraine right now, but I'm assuming like your work time is like coming to a close for the year, I would assume. How do I want to do this? Actually need to put a gear here. Need more mechanisms. Urist Guzdamus, Count of Othir Thrones, is visiting. Lyagushka is in a fey mood, apparently, and has claimed a forge and has grabbed copper bars. That's it. Wants bones. Well, it's definitely bones that you want. Lyagushka, cat, beak dog, duck. Actually, probably not duck. Or cow. Final grade should be in the grade books. Well, that's good. Your brain was just thinking extended exposure to a mysterious phenomena in real life. Was the problem that you ran into was trying to cool people off in outdoor lines here in Florida. Guests were fine and had to make changes and stuff or not. What are you talking about, like mist generators in real life? I mean, like, I used to go to the Abbotsford Air Show here every year, which is like direct sunlight when it happens, usually, assuming the weather is nice. And the direct sunlight requires like misting a whole crowd of people. You want a cat? You want cat bone? All right, well, I'll give you cat bone then. Chat, you can blame this person for me killing the cat. It's not my fault. I didn't want to do it. I wanted to eat the cow, but instead it's a cat. Akre, what kind of dwarf would you like, or would you like to give to a person? Confirming you currently do not have a dwarf. I've decided to just put them both together into one redemption because it's easier. It's less work. Better cat than a dog? True, I suppose. A smith of some sort. All right, well, I got armorers, weaponsmiths, metal crafters. Yeah, some of them are legendary. This one's in prison. Which one do you want? We got, let's see. Shut the camera off. Got Ast, Urist, Rag, Sazir, Uzal, Dusim, Nomal, Olin. You'll take the Uzal, the imprisoned one? Well, they do have 3 notable kills against goblins. No dwarves, though, so I guess that's positive. Uzal is now Akre, and she is 28 years old, which is pretty incredible considering she's got 5 other kills and 3 notable kills. She is a member of the Dominant Crafts, which is one of the main squads. Is currently a member of the Dominant Crafts. So you're also a military dwarf, meaning Akre. We'll give you that as your background name. Never becomes Smith. She never becomes angry, and she finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, though she is disturbed by this. She values quiet, so at least in the abstract, she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and though she wishes this were not the case, as she finds altruism foolish. She assumes that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she likes to keep it practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she does not often feel lustful, and she is a little wasteful when working on projects. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she tends to overindulge. And she likes a little excitement now and again, and she is conflicted by this, since she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She begins to talk a hushed whisper when she's angry, and she cackles, cracks her knuckles when she's angry. So she talks in a whisper, and she cracks her knuckles when she is angry. That's kind of brooding. She dreams of raising a family, prefers tranquility. I'm going to remove you from the military, actually, because you kind of seem like a crappy military dwarf. And she views decorum as a high ideal, and she's deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. She values eloquence and sees sacrifice to be wasteful and foolish, and she does not feel strongly about the law, and she doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of raising a family. She likes cassiterite and pewter and white jade and black tip reef shark leather and giant wild boar hoof and giant barn owl parchment figurines and splints and the sounds of the lace of adoring. And cat's been slaughtered. She absolutely hates slugs. Her hair is clean-shaven, her free-lobed short ears are extraordinarily broad. Her hair is saffron, and her skin is tan, and her eyes are amethyst. She has a younger half-brother who's Inith, the Baron of Granite Stills living here. I Eat Your Lobsters is her younger half-sister, and Moose Moose, who's dead, is her uncle, and Fath is her uncle, as well as some cousins and various other family. Cracks her knuckles, not nostrils. Sheesh. Although you could probably crack your nostrils if you do this. Giving people the necessary relief from the heat to avoid stuff like heat stroke. They have those in Disneyland too. Like, just... There we go. This should be it for the crappy food. So do I have 4 grates? Not currently. Let's make some gold floor. Gold grate, not floor grate. Let's make 20 of those. I'm gonna do something with these. Cracking nostrils was a prank and you mean punching somebody in the face? 'Cause that's all I can really think about when cracking nostrils. God dang it. It's way too easy to accidentally cancel these. Well, one more. Still making one more corkscrew. Ah, it's all good, Roll. Enjoy your lurks, though, Wanderlust. You want to finish the entire Fallout series before you go back to work for some reason? That's going to take a while. Certainly not going to be a quick turnaround time on that. All right, so how am I going to do this? We're just going to go to here, go to here, go to here. There. Go to there. Go to there. Can do this. And you can go this way. That should be ready to go by now. There we go. Now we just wait for them to build this. Huh? A devilish potato got into a fight with Dead Dan. Dead Dan is an ex-military dwarf who's also, I guess, a religious dwarf, and went to go see the Holy Virtue, who is a devilish potato, and punched him in the right eye with her hand through the snarling marsh titan's silk cloak, which pulled the head, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat and bruising the upper spine's nervous tissue. Then Dead Dan punched Devilish Potato in the foot, then punched her in the lower arm, then punched her in the upper leg, then punched her with the right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the liver, at which point the Devilish Potato died from her wounds on the way to the hospital. You know, I think it's kind of funny. If you go into a temple in Dwarf Fort, yep, and you beat up a holy person, that isn't a reason for God to curse you. But knocking over a table is. Captain Bordy, hello. Oh, hi from Canada. May I ask a DF question? Yes, you may. Between forts, is it possible to fast forward the world before embarking in another fort? So the best way to do that, well, actually, previously the best way to do, well, so it does, sort of. When you make a new fort, it moves the world forward by 2 weeks, which isn't a lot of time, but it's enough time for some events to happen. If you want a bunch of time to pass, the old way to do that was just make a bunch of adventurers and let them die randomly, because then a person would just appear and then die in the wilderness repeatedly, and that's fine. It doesn't really affect the world too much. The other way you can do it is just by making a couple of forts. So if you make a few dwarven forts in like inaccessible locations, and then just immediately retire them, they'll have like 20, 30 population and just stay dormant, basically. They'll just hang out. That's another way to do it. If you want time to move forward, that's the only way to do it. You can't restart World Gen, though. What are you looking for? Rough gems. Really want rough gems. We have a bunch. Rock blocks, cut gems, logs. Any logs? Metal bars. Bone. Well, I'm going to eat that cow because I guess cat bones aren't enough. That cow mysteriously vanished. All right, Beakies it is. So I'd rather not lose a soldier to that. The cat died for nothing. It kind of seems that way, yeah. You'd rather not lose you? I'd rather not lose a valued member of my military. So yeah, that makes two of us that would rather not lose you. Hmm. I mean, those two are the important ones. Let's just do a strip. Like this. So this whole thing is going to get dug out. And let's go all the way across. It's going to get dug out and replaced with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 gold grates. And then mist is going to fall down through that layer. Why does it say that's getting deconstructed? There's nothing over there being deconstructed. It's odd. And then let's go up to here. Some of these. They get placed. I know you don't feel like you plan them very well. I mean, if you're talking like a min-maxing kind of way, I am a horrible person to ask. I am very much not a min-maxing kind of player. I make things that look cool. So for advice on how to make things look cool, just try and build within restrictions. I don't make optimal forts. I make super suboptimal forts because I kind of feel like optimization in Dwarf Fort kind of makes Dwarf Fort less fun, at least for me. If you find optimization makes the game more fun for you, then more power to you. I am not a person like that. I don't find it particularly fun. But yeah, I don't know. Chat might be a little bit better when it comes to like min-maxing stuff. I just want to make stuff that looks cool. So that's kind of my entire design aesthetic when I'm building stuff is like, well, how do I make this look as schmecksy as possible? And not necessarily like, well, how do I make something practical? Because like this entryway, super silly, completely pointless. Aside from that, like, it'll maybe make it harder for enemies to get in because there's more stuff they have to walk past before they can get in. But like, they have to go all the way around here and down here and into the fort. It's a super long walkway. I guess I'm kind of making it practical now by putting like a mist generator in here and such, but even then, like, what I'm doing is maybe a little bit overkill for most of the stuff I do. Appear to have missed an axle. There's that one. You're super excited for adventure mode to be added to the Steam version. No expectations on when it'll happen, but it does what some ideas besides just getting lost and vibing to the sounds of beast killing you guys. You know, I don't know if you watched it. I generally work under the assumption that the people I'm talking to in my chat don't watch the stuff I do. But in the last interview I had with Zach and Tarn, which was the last time they were on my stream earlier this month, or was it this month or last month? It was either the end of last month or the beginning of this month, and I actually can't remember which one. I think it might have been the end of last month. But at the end of last month when they were on this stream, they talked pretty openly about adventure mode, and Tarn seems to be of the opinion that it will be out this year. So it's time to party, chat. Sandwich. Also don't know which tavern they're partying at necessarily. Certainly not this one. The big one's kind of... Also it has a camel in it. The easiest way to AFK my stream, period. I mean, I could. It's just a piece of music from YouTube's audio library, overlaid on like Dwarf Fortress music. So we could do that. Adventure mode is the bugs we met along the way. I mean, yeah, no, adventure mode's gonna be cool, but Tarn seems pretty convinced that it's gonna be out this year. Which I do think is pretty believable because they've already prototyped all the UI for it, right? Like, they kind of have this aesthetic that they're working with. Like, they kind of know what the UI looks like now. And now that you know what the UI looks like, you can kind of imagine how it could be, like, the same UI elements could be repurposed into, like, an item hotbar, right? You know what I mean? Like, adventure mode kind of makes a lot of sense when you think about it, like, well, it's a three-dimensional roguelike. So you have to go up, down, move in cardinal directions, plus diagonals. Well, I mean, once the music modding stuff is in the main line, I could see if we could just get Fog to upload that as a mod. Or if I can just do it with his permission. Now, when you say change everything, do you mean like... change the way you play the game, or are you asking if it will be completely changed from the version 47? Because those are two very different questions. Well, do you know what adventure mode is? Because fortress mode, you generate a world and then you get a tiny plot of land in the world and you build a fortress on that tiny plot of land. Adventure mode is you generate a world and then you walk across the entire world in like a roguelike RPG style of things, like Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, or I don't know, there's really kind of nothing that's as open. Or even like Soul Ash or something, but that's kind of a bad example. Or like a Caves of Cud kind of, where you can walk across the entire world. So you play as a single character or a party of characters, and you play an open world RPG as opposed to a colony city builder. But it's in the same world, right? So this fortress that I'm building right now, if adventure mode was out, I could retire this fortress by clicking retire for the time being. I could load up an adventurer, and then I could walk around as that adventurer and come visit this fortress, playing as a single character or a collection of characters. And I have to manage their hunger, their needs, their moods, because they still get depressed and can like stop working just like normal dwarves can, right? Except, you know, it's a party of characters in an RPG as opposed to a fortress or a city. Yeah, I mean, AI-driven adventurers already come and go, right? Like if I jump over to others, I actually don't think. Oh no, I do. I have some. Like these poets. These poets are adventurers. They walk around the world. They wander from place to place, trying to find somewhere to live. So that's what adventure mode will do, is it'll give you another game, another way to play the same worlds that you generate for fortress mode. That's what you will get from adventure mode. I just need a gear assembly over here, and then we should be good to go. There we go. So every single one of these is powered. Powered and built. I just need that. I prefer to, like, compare it to Kenshi. And the reason I prefer to compare it to Kenshi is it's actually a lot closer to Kenshi. You can do a lot of the things that you can do in Kenshi in adventure mode. The difference is Kenshi gives you a reason to do them. Adventure mode doesn't. Adventure mode is a very role-play driven RPG. What's going on, DB Explorer? Well, I'm explaining adventure mode and building mist generators. And wondering why this dwarf is still in prison. Well, I mean, like, you gotta remember, it's still got Dwarf Fortress's, like, quirks, right? Like, it's still the same top-down perspective. Ayagushka's begun their mysterious construction, finally. You're not gonna die, don't worry. You know, it's still got Dwarf Fortress's oddities. It's still got, you know, the weirdness that Dwarf Fortress has, but if you like Dwarf Fortress, then yes, it is a very interesting extra game mode. Thought you was a goner? Did you give up on me that quick? Well, see, here's the thing. I wouldn't say it's like Oblivion or Morrowind, because in Oblivion and Morrowind, there's a quest line. Dwarf Fortress, at least in current adventure mode, now they've said that they're trying to make this better for Steam version, but I'm not going to promise anything, because I don't know. But, like, Dwarf Fortress has no direction for adventure mode. It's very much kind of a make-your-own-fun experience, just like Fortress mode is. Which is either a positive or a very big negative, depending on who you are and the kind of person you are and the kind of games you play. And what kind of games you like. You're building a door, so we're waiting for somebody to come up here with a bucket. Choose your own fun? Sure. Certainly. So you're constructing that door. Someone's gonna go from this well upwards. There you are. Come in here with a copper bucket to fill pond. You now have a box of 50 small angry creatures. Well, the nice thing about them is they're tameable or trainable. They're just not tameable. You can train them, and you can keep them well trained. And you can have an army of angry, evil gremlins, essentially. Or minions, if you want to go that route. That just kind of hang out. But, you know, they're not really a threat. They're just kind of goofy. And Jornelius, thanks for the Prime for the 5th month. Thank you very much for continuing to keep that Prime sub up. You know, it's very easy to just, like, move that to a different channel or forget about it. So thank you so much for coming back. You know, fun fact, during December, when the channel was at its peak, Prime subs were, like, one of my highest formats of revenue. Because I could just, like, state, hey, check your Primes with, like, 1,100 viewers, and, like, I'd get a dozen Prime subs. But now it's like less than a tenth of what it was. It's like, I think I made like $150 in Prime subs in the last month or so, because so many people are inconsistent with them. But thank you so much. Some Elder Scrolls alternate start mods kind of point you towards the main quest depending on which one you install. But yeah, the reason I'm saying Elder Scrolls is like a bad example is because like there's quest lines in Elder Scrolls. There really isn't quest lines, at least currently, in adventure mode. It's very, like, you can ask locals about what's going on around, and they'll be like, oh, there's a weird creature that's terrorizing children. But, like, there's no reward, really, for completing it, you know? Which is why I'm just trying to temper people's expectations. Because I mean, I've never played Daggerfall, so I couldn't tell you about Daggerfall. I've played Morrowind, and I've played Oblivion, and I've played Skyrim, the latter two of which I don't particularly like. But I'm going to read this. Lyagushka, the weaponsmith, has created Todor Shigos, a copper spear, and offers it to the armored boots. This is a copper spear. All craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of raylight-cut cabochons and trillion-cut morganites, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of rock salt and rose quartz, and menaces with spikes of copper and rose quartz. On the item is an image of 2 oval cabochons in beak dog bone. On the item is an image of Manom, the dwarf, in Sangaro rib wood. Manom glove torch is dead. The artwork relates to the dehydration of the dwarf Manom glove scratched in Heatstone in the year 286. Wow. The dwarf is dead. An obituary spirit. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. I kind of want to put it in our tombs, but I fear it'll get stolen. I'm going to do it, though. Assuming I have some displays available. Just getting a bunch of doors constructed so that I can make these all into tombs. I missed one door, looks like. I missed one door and one sarcophagus. Furniture, burial, right there. Let's go over to here. All right, well, aside from spraying mud everywhere, it's working. That's lovely. Mud fountain PogChamp. It kind of seems that way, yeah. Well, I can go along this side and I can dig through these and we can put down other things. What is that? Oh. Somebody's ichor. Some dwarf was covered in ichor. Well, that's lovely. Are you happy to see me, Petty? Is that where we're going with this? I'd say that was pretty petty of you, but I think that would be mean of me to use your name as the butt of a joke. No bro doing has been put to rest. Artifact is done. It's funny because, like, they made the game load the stock screen way faster, but they didn't make the other screens load way faster. So, like, now when you go to, like, put something on a pedestal and it lags, it's like, ah, yes, I remember this. He once had an adventurer and a pet pig. The pig died valiantly, being eaten by a lion as you ran away. He died the next wild animal attack as you had no more pigs to protect you. I mean, I've said this many times. My favorite, like, thing to do as an adventurer is to write terrible poetry and then make sure that the terrible poetry shows up in other forts. Write it down on books, teach it to people, tell people about the terrible poems, and then see them pop up in Fortress mode. apparently I'm out of gold. Making silver grates instead. Actually making it down this far, not really. But it is going in there. At least this Dark Hunter, even though it's unfeeling and sad at all times, at the very least this Dark Hunter gets to stand in a waterfall now. That's a DF hack command, I think. Ranger Rick. I don't know if it's active in the current DF hack, though. Dr. Linden, thank you very much for helping us crawl back up to, you know, the 900 subs. Appreciate you. Long time no see indeed. How you been? How's things been? What you been up to? I love how this hallway is now just full of blood. Because it's just people walking by and getting all the blood washed off them. Close to a waterfall, and you are content about this. Going to tell one squad to go kill this camel, and one squad to go kill this camel, because these are not actually my camels. They're not supposed to be in here. Please kill the camels. Yeah, they're free showers too. They clean the dwarf's clothes. Dead Dan. Gonna get a bunch of prison sentences, and I'm going to ask them why they did it. Oh shit, we were actually able to interrogate and get some information out of Rara, the cavefish person who died in that... Who died to ramen, the danger noodle in the basement. Apparently in 275, okay, well, apparently it was part of an assassination plot in 275, embezzling funds in 276. In 297, plotted to infiltrate the armored boots to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. In 298, corrupted Reg, fence crafted in order to have an agent in Heatstone. Met with Reg and made flattering remarks. Reg plotted to steal Dust Puzzled and was imprisoned over that. What's in DF Hack? The ability to embark anywhere, including in the ocean and on top of other settlements. So that's interesting. Oh, okay. Confirmation. Been there, done that. Didn't get a t-shirt, though. Okay, I'm actually just going to remove all of these grates. It's a little bit dangerous, but yeah. Going to have to defame some artwork. Which kind of sucks, but kind of don't want these mud patches here, so. One of my children has grown to become a peasant. See if they'd be any good in the military. Also, Corn's become a peasant. Baka Glass has become a peasant. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Oh, wait, never mind. You're 39 years old. You're not a new peasant. I mean, I don't understand why this dwarf is so upset. It's like they dream about mastering a skill and they're brave in the face of imminent danger. 24 years old, yet like they're pissed off because they're in the military. I don't know what you want from me, dwarf. It's like military doesn't work for you, but also other things don't work for you either. So what do you want me to do? It's gonna pretty violently change pathing for a moment here. All in favor of, like, just no longer having mud here. Hopefully nobody falls down there, which they shouldn't. It's really disheartening to sit here grading all these works for them all just to get a D grade. You read something pleasant. Come on. Why are they all getting a D? Is it because nobody's studying, or? I feel like kids may have more excuses to skip school in an active war zone than, you know, a non-active war zone, so. All right, let's... Silver. Silver. Alternate. Silver, and then that'll be silver. Did you miss anything special in the last weeks? Nothing super noteworthy. I mean, unless you missed the experimental branch stuff with like multi-threading and whatnot. I think that's maybe the biggest deal. Tarn is pretty convinced that adventure mode will be out this year, which is also kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what big has happened in the last weeks because I'm here for all of it, so I don't know what other people consider to be big, I guess. Thinking about having a room design contest on my YouTube channel, for like designing rooms in Dwarf. I don't know. Yeah, the multi-threading is a pretty big deal. I agree with this. But yeah, I'm trying to think, what else have you missed in the past few weeks? I don't know, I've streamed some other games. Yeah, I want to do a bedroom designing contest. Put out some pretty strict rules for limitations, like on sizing. I just need to come up with how I'm going to score it. And it's going to be kind of like a sister series, maybe is a word I could use, for the Community Fort series that I do. So it'll be in addition to that series. Really? I can't say I've had that happen in regards to the multi-threading. Well, I mean, there will be a size limitation, right, Dr. Linden? Right, so it'll probably be like, if I had to guess, like this is just my prototyping of ideas. It'll have to be a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the maximum amount of space you can use. So 6 by 6, I think that's 6 by 6. And then a maximum of 2 Z levels tall. So it'll be like, build a bedroom in that space that is as practical and also as aesthetically pleasing as possible. But I'm thinking that if people enjoy it and have fun, and I could give out merch as prizes. That's kind of the only prizes I can realistically do. So I could give out merch as prizes, and unless people don't want it, in which case then I'll just give it to the next person. Is your dwarf still alive? Corticus, I can say for fact, no. They died the same day you got it. But that's, I guess, kind of the other thing. I don't know if you were here around the beginning of the month, but we raised $12,000 for charity. This little stream of mine, we did that. We did that. It was teamwork. But we did that. So that was fun. Doctors Without Borders definitely won that day. Well, you guess you have a new one now. What kind of dwarf would you like? Quericus. Yeah, I mean, it's impractical and time-consuming. Doesn't mean that you can't do it, though. We'd all agreed, like, as a community that it was never going to happen. And we'd all just kind of collectively accepted it was never going to happen. We searched that place and found nothing and rampaged throughout. Did we destroy it? Doesn't say that we specifically destroyed that location. We rampaged. I'm just trying to improve the dwarves' moods, which we are quite drastically. I'm just going to move... No, I'm going to set this to where they store their stuff. But I'm going to set them to actually train, like, right here. Same with the other squad down here. I'm going to set this as a barracks. Send them to train down there. And just store their stuff over there. Working with plants again, beard does not matter. Okay, so you want to be a planter. Bobtron, hello, how's things? You're not even the thought that everybody must love physics. You know that perfectly well how much some people feel about it, and you slacked off hard on history and language lessons, which is the thing that drives you nuts. The fact that all of them turned in their homework 3 days before your deadline. Yeah, it just means more work for you, too. Let's just find you a happy dwarf. Like Maffle. That's the bug I truly just want sorted out. Is if the game is unpaused on this branch, if the game is unpaused and you go to type in a typing field, it almost never actually pauses the game and usually leaves the hotkeys active, which is very annoying. Never acts without prolonged deliberation even to the harm and detriment of those around him. He often feels envious of others and is quite polite. He tends to not reveal personal information and is assertive and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He can handle stress and he isn't particularly curious about the world, likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this since he values quiet, so he, at least in the abstract, and he has an active imagination, occasionally overindulges, and is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He chews his cheek when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Strongly values tranquility and quiet and deeply dislikes competition. He likes mica, bismuth, and praise opal, bayberry wood, and two-legged rhino lizard horn, and and amber, and the color pale chestnut, and totems and chickens for their scratching, and the sound of the meandering mother, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, and impossible prefers to consume giant aardvark and sheep cheese, and strawberry plants and maize beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. His bronze eyes are very round, his very long beard is neatly combed, his sideburns are clean-shaven, his medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, his hair is clean-shaven, his dark brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is buff with a touch of gray. Alright, so we are getting these down here. Hopefully calming the military down slightly, because they're near a waterfall, so they're relieved all the time now. As for the military down here, they're probably in similar boats. Yeah, currently they're just going over their own trauma constantly, which is kind of rough, but if we can just get them doing that, then they'll be happy. Waterfalls are so OP. Yeah. But, you know. Stress is actually pretty rough in this version compared to the last version. Although the version before that, stress was way worse. Although I would also say it depends on how you use them in regards to waterfalls. What is the goal for this fort again? Currently, it's kind of turning into a all-out war domination thing against the goblins. We kind of achieved the goal, which is just, you know, put everything on hard and survive. I love that this creature is just like, it's a moon, because it's the full moon right now, because this is actually, where are you? I know where this dwarf is, but for some reason oh, there it is. You, right there. Not much of a dwarf now, are you? I actually haven't offered any sacrifices to the volcano recently, unless you count dead bodies. Those get thrown into the volcano, sort of. They get thrown into a lava puddle via this minecart. Stuff gets thrown down this way and down into here, which is a pretty nice, writhing lava field. An industrious force of dwarfness. You know, that is true. What do goblins say when they get besieged by dwarves? Because we say, oh no, a vile force of darkness has arrived. What do the goblins say about, oh no, short creatures fond of drink and industry? Whatever shall we do? Like, well, it doesn't really, you know, have the same ring to it. But how you been, Run Race Joke? It's good to see you. Diorite. Sometimes you just want somebody to eat shit and fucking diorite. Me and my neighbor coughing. Metro Hobo's invasion has begun. As long as they're not the hobos from John Wick. Those dudes are something. Eat schist and diorite. There you go. But just be nice about it. Yeah, no, I think that's the actual issue, Doc Randall, is like, it's not that waterfalls are OP, it's we don't have enough other fun options to relieve dwarves' stress. So we're kind of just left with waterfalls, to a degree. And I think that kind of sucks. It's like what we actually need is just more ways to give our dwarves some format of stress relief. This dwarf is still in prison. How long is this dwarf going to be in prison for? Another 38 days. Good God, what did you do? You didn't kill anybody. Must have, like, gotten the brunt of the king's blame for forgetting to make a thing or something. $58 what, though? What did 58? Probably a big-ass ramp, honestly. Unless we're saying 58 Tech 9, but this is just gonna go in circles. In kind of a bad way. So it's probably best that we don't acknowledge it. You're trying to punt? Well, you definitely punted. Do do do. You didn't know Niagara Falls was in Canada until you were there? Where'd you think Niagara Falls was? So's head smash and buffalo jump. What's your point? Bermuda. Niagara? I mean, yeah, that's fair. Thinking that Niagara Falls was in Niagara and not in, you know, Canada is fair. But then I'd have to tell you that Niagara's in Canada. That was in South America. Wrong half of the continent, but that's mostly just Edmonton. Mayagushka. Alright, what type of material is this? It's tetrahedrite. Heyo, Bobble. Rumble. You know that it's paused when you said that, right? It generally sits about 5 or about 30 to 35 FPS. This map is the default. I didn't make it any bigger, I don't think. It's 4x4. It's certainly not 2x2. And this is kind of a busy as all hell fort. Got a pillage report. No spoils. Okay. We attacked that location. A human Stoke meeting outmatched the dwarf ton with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Well, that's not good. And lots of lava flows, and also water flows, and water power, and waterfalls. But you know, we're running on the unstable experimental branch. A lot of dwarves are like getting into close calls, but nobody's died yet. Okay, this could be going worse. But yeah, no, I mean, you should try the experimental branch if you haven't, because like, especially if you have a higher resolution monitor. Like I know Claiborne was having a lot of frame rate issues on this version, and then on the experimental branch, his FPS actually like tripled. Like he got such a huge spike in frames. Dead Dan's gone nuts. Yeah, it's probably for the best. Considering how many you've killed. Nope. I don't think DF hack will ever work with experimental. Because it updates a couple times a week. DF hack is run by a bunch of volunteers. So don't really have as much dev time to keep up. And I think they're already running like 2 separate branches of DF hack. There's one for the beta branch and one for the main branch. Not the experimental branch. Those are 2 different branches. So I would be kind of surprised if they started doing that. That seems kind of like a lot. But what do I know? I don't like using DF hack in the first place, so for me this is actually a nice excuse to not have to use it again. I hate it so much. I wish I liked DF hack, but man, I don't. Makes the game crashy in bad ways and like, bleh. Yep, no, there's a bunch of different waterfalls in Niagara Falls. All right, well, that is that. Oh yeah, no, just the everything being so much smoother is great. Like Gushka. That can wreck your save? I mean, anything when you're talking about swapping to beta branches could wreck your save. Have I had anything wreck my saves? No. But I'm not going to state that definitively because I don't have the same computer that everybody has, and I haven't had any issues, but that doesn't mean there aren't any issues. Just realizing we didn't get any migrants again this year, which kind of sucks. So raising a family. Crafting a masterwork someday. We're creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Wants martial training. Can handle stress. Welcome to the military. Every time you open the game? That seems not right. I mean, when you update to experimental, it'll probably reset your keybinds, but I haven't had problems beyond that. Mastering a skill. Completely helpless in stressful situations. It's deliberately cruel to those subject to her sadism. Wants martial training. Also wants to be with family. Do you have family? You have no family. All right, we will also put you in the military, even though you don't handle stress well. You really like the Better Twitch TV, the function that auto-claims the channel points? There's a lot of good Better Twitch TV functions. What are you telling the story of? Oh, you're reciting poetry. Wish I could check what poetry they were reciting from that screen instead of having to go up here, but... Someone else is telling a story. What story is being told? In the early spring of year 60, the dingo Tost Lance Duchess became an enemy of Trunger. Okay, so a kobold attacked a kobold got attacked by a dingo. That's really funny. Oh, really? Budgie? Huh. Still doesn't make me really want to play that game again. Different dingo, yeah, not Alana Hollowine. Different dingo. As opposed to the normal dingo. Just get rid of that squad. You training. mean, this is everybody's favorite base dingo. Fortress-based dingo. I suppose. I don't know. I wish I enjoyed playing that game. Because that was such a mixed to negative first impression that, you know. Unfortunately, even the concept of seeing one of my like audience members as a killer isn't particularly enticing, shall I say. I need to find more mica. Is what I need to find. And I also need to put a door here. And a door like down here, essentially. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a cross. And I'm going to maybe allow this vampire to eat somebody occasionally. Oh, wants to cry on somebody in charge. Hey, Pax Mac. How's things? Since when are we fair? I think we're only unfair. I need water. Out of coffee. And I keep going for my coffee, but I'm... The vampire is so sad. Yeah. One of the best things is I got the vampire to engrave those floors, right? And more than half of those images on the floors are actually pictures of trapdoors. Because the image of this faction, the Tufted Urns, is a trapdoor. That is this faction's image. So in my headcanon, this dwarf just drew a bunch of exits to try and leave. Or like was asking to leave. I know who programmed that feature, Budgie. It's one of my old mods. They offered you the job at the end of the interview? Oh, sweet. What kind of job, if I can ask? So, I have a bunch of random chained up animals. Hold on a second. Okay, I saw this camel in the middle of my nobles and thought that I could tame a noble. And was very concerned for a moment there. I was like, I beg your goddamn pardon? Also, I didn't realize I had so many ostriches chained up. But should we start an ostrich breeding program? Because I apparently have a bunch of ostriches. I could also just eat them all. That's also a valid option. How is our tame goblin? Completely insane. Lives full-time in prison. Hasn't left prison in a very long time. Never actually properly joined the faction, so just slowly went nuts. I tried to help them, but just it didn't work, unfortunately. I only have them in the fort still as like a weird anomaly. That's what we need to see. Dwarves with constant happy thoughts. Tame goblin. This goblin. This goblin randomly joined my fort. Somebody on Reddit seems to think that it's a goblin slave who we rescued. Showed up with no name, just was left in brackets with tame, and acted like an animal, not like a normal citizen. Never pledged for full allegiance and eventually became haggard and went insane. And started attacking people, so I threw them in the prison. And then I built a wall around them because I got tired of dealing with them. They kept toppling my statues, so. What I happen to know of my dwarf is a corpse. You mean if your dwarf is a corpse? Is your dwarf dead or alive? Is that what you're asking? Or do I know where the corpse is? Because if you're dead, I have no idea where your body is and will not keep track of it. No, you are alive. You are, in fact, alive. Silver Shadow is still alive. You are a skilled weaponsmith, and you slept in a bedroom, and this could be bliss. You're blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom. That's kind of terrifying. Was that like some mod interaction bug? Because that sounds like the sort of thing that would happen if there was a weird mod conflict. Okay, let's go for this spot and try and raise and openly attack. Very much alive, yes. Oizo, hello. Can we just, like, we've been over this many times before. Can we just not discuss mermaids? Especially in this context. Just, period. Like, just don't discuss them. I just do not want that in my chat. I don't like that topic. Talk about anything else. That does sound kind of awful. Sounds like a mod conflict bug, because I've never actually heard about that happening. Apparently, 2 more of my beak dogs died of terror, most likely. Just gonna pause that so we can get more beak dogs down here. They're out to go try and raise romantic hex, so best of luck, dwarves. Yeah, that is a odd conflict. No, these are full grown. Actually, I don't think I have any baby beak dogs yet. I could try and get some, but I've been harvesting their eggs so quickly that they've definitely not been having babies. I checked my inventory at one point. I had like 600 beak dog eggs. The best name for a goblin fort here, or a goblin pit in this world, was this. Which I think is kind of impossible to say. It was very funny. So we completely, utterly destroyed Latex, by the way. Latex is now a pile of rubble. Which is sad, because there goes many people's favorite fetish. Relatable. Elenite block floors. I don't know what to do with this corner, because it just looks... It got ripped to shreds. Took you too long to get the joke? I mean, it's called latex. Like, they might as well have called it BDSMD's nuts. I could channel it into a well or pool. It wouldn't fill up. This water doesn't flow fast enough. I already tried to make this into a farming area, water reserve, and yeah, it doesn't flow fast enough. That's why this used to be up here. This is actually repurposed. This was supposed to be a water reservoir originally, and I was going to farm up here, one layer above it, but it just didn't have enough flow, even though it's a heavy aquifer, so. Beard shorter. Darren, what's up? It's good to see you. Rabble. Artifact was seen being stolen. By whomst? Reg, why would you do that? You know what's funny is this dwarf was originally yeah. This dwarf's been corrupted since 298 by what was their name? Rara Adoldari, the cavefish spearman, who died to ramen, by the way. Minus the rotten lung. Well, I haven't died of the rotten lung yet, so I guess that's something. All right, well, who's the captain of a gird? There's the Outpursley Zern. Safe keeps. Getting a drink. Coworker just gave you a big pile of produce, zucchini, tomato, cucumbers, and a hard squash. Ooh. I mean, it's starting to get to be that season. Florida almost always is... It's almost always the season for something in Florida. That's one way to put it. Jerry Gord is tantruming again. Jerry Gord, please. Time to mow the lawn? Sounds like a fun way to spend an afternoon to a degree. Let's mine out more of these awesome pink rocks. I totally missed that bit, but hell yeah, dude. Congrats on the new job, Paxmac. When do you start? Sounds like a probably very challenging, but also probably very rewarding little job. I sure have no clue what you've done here. It's even more impressive writing an essay on a topic you do not understand. I mean, how many of them do you think, like, just ask ChatGPT to write an essay for them? Write me a grade 7 or grade 8 level essay about this particular topic. Go. You have a 40-hour training course first, and then no later than June 12th? Well, hell yeah. Did you win, Zealosert? That's actually an interesting idea, playing ChatGPT in a game of chess. One thing that I thought was very funny was I was asking ChatGPT to like give me food recipes, because some of them are pretty good. actually. And then I was curious. I was like, could you find me a YouTube video of that recipe? And it couldn't do it. It kept just giving me dead links that linked to nowhere. Like they just kept 404ing, which I thought was quite funny. Also, that seems like a YouTube video title with a bajillion views. We got an artifact that's just started. Is I played ChatGPT in a game of chess. It's because there's 10 bazillion websites, Eurist games on the internet that are nothing but just recipes. So it just kind of like takes all the most popular ones and just like kaputs out recipes for you. What's really fun is you ask it for a recipe and then you ask it to write a story about how its mother created that recipe and how that recipe's been in its family for generations. That's where you get the real good stuff. Like I asked it for the history of tomato soup and it was very wrong. Very, 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 very wrong. But I guess ripallrecipes.com. That's chemistry. Which is why we should let him cook. Well, thanks for hanging around and watching, Pack. That's all I got, so. But I feel you there on the tough times. Baking is science? I don't know if I necessarily agree with you on that. I think they're both kind of one and the same, but... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Are you telling me that, like, properly plating, like, steak and eggs isn't art? That's kind of what you're implying here. It's like, because cooking is an art and baking is a science. It's like, well, but cakes are definitely art. I don't know. I do food every day. It usually consists of ingredients, sometimes salt ingredient or spice ingredient too. Personally, I favor ingredient 35. They call me Food Doer 5000. I do food. Ask me anything about doing food. Baking is where science and art comes together, I suppose. Then then when does the plan come together? If that's when, like, science and art comes together, when does the plan come together? Let's see how this next invasion went. We actually got some more beak dogs as part of it. Oh shit, we seized livestock from a romantic hex and rampaged throughout it, so there was nobody there. We already killed them all, I guess, on a previous attack. So we rampaged throughout, but we didn't actually destroy it. Well, I guess I'm just gonna hit them again. Just gonna keep trying to raise it. Garlic is a very good ingredient in things where garlic belongs, but not a very good ingredient in things where garlic doesn't belong. Would you like me to add garlic to your hot chocolate? Or garlic to your beer? Or garlic to... I don't know. Anything, literally. There's plenty of things you don't want garlic in. Garlic ice cream. Hold on a second. I'm doing a bad Google. Garlic ice cream under food. Well, I found a recipe on how to make garlic ice cream. It's got 3.5 stars. Hold on. Does it have reviews? I don't know if this recipe is good. I'm going to try it. But I had garlic ice cream at Gilroy Garlic Festival back in the 90s, and I loved it. I wish I could buy it locally, but hold on. Wait. Okay. This is terrifying. Moving on. I would try it too. Maybe it's good, but I have my doubts. Roasted garlic has some sweetness to it. I mean, I think the closest analog I can think to something like that would be like pistachio ice cream, but that is a very different flavor. This is not real? You just refuse? You refuse to acknowledge it and presume illegitimacy? I mean, that's a fair take. Yeah, just because somebody makes it doesn't mean it's good, or you should drink it, or it needs to exist. And no, I don't think Funky Buddha, which also isn't a very good brewery in my opinion, should ever be allowed to put garlic in a beer. That's it. Just period. Uh-oh. That can't be good. Speaking of things that are good, that's it. Although it is just a forgotten beast, which means I don't think we'll have to deal with it. It's probably locked away. Maybe we need to route forgotten beasts up from the basement through cage traps past the beak dogs. Maybe what we need to do. It is a great name, but it's not a very good brewery. The forgotten beast, Bora Donura, said Maglika, has come. A great panda with lidless eyes. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it belches and croaks. Beware. It's fire. I don't think I've ever seen a panda beastie. Okay, well, it's not going to live very long, because there's a forgotten beast made of steel in this lair, but it can fucking fly. All right, that's kind of terrifying. All right. Clash of the Titans. So this down here is Sasmish Namargropet Stunathoid, the ugly itch. This is an enormous quadruped composed of steel. It has 3 broad horns, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous gas, and it's basically unbreakable, slow to tire, quick to heal, and agile. Let's see. It's killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 forgotten beasts, and has 400 other kills, mostly all in Heatstone. 25 pond grabbers, 4 giant moles, 2 giant moles, 14 drothlas, 6 mole dogs. You can see the rest. So let's see how long this fight lasts, shall we? Well, fortunately, it can fly. Dodged around a little bit. I'm gonna use an ad. It's bleeding, whereas this one is fine. As for the fighting, the Forgotten Beast gores the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg, tearing the muscle. The Forgotten Beast is caught in the burst of the... Okay, you know what? Let's call this... Steel... Game. Steel Titan. Not Steel Tit. Steel Titan is the name of this, so it's going to make these readable. Forgotten Beast, Steel Titan. There you go. See? So it's going to say... Forgotten Beast... Okay, no, it doesn't actually change what I need it to. Anyway, this one, they're just fighting back and forth, and it seems like another one is added to the Steel Titan's kill count, and Bora has, well, didn't make it, so. Anyway, that's why I've been ignoring that cavern layer, because it's fucking scary. Like, seriously, it's really scary down there. Really quite sketch. It just wrecked that fire-breathing panda like nobody's beeswax. Military's still leaving. I think I'm going to change something, chat. We're going to go to difficulty. I'm going to go to custom settings. What do you think? Glass half empty, what kind of dwarf would you like? And I swear I won't throw this one directly at a big monster. So we're up to custom on enemies. That beastie actually reminds me of beard or no beard in regards to Scholar. It reminds me of a oh hey, we got it back. We got our artifact back. And also, did I interrogate that dwarf? Oh no, Jerry Gord's going back to fucking prison. I'm so sorry, Jerry Gord. Down here, this... Nope, not... Oh, I thought I interrogated that human. Or the dwarf that stole it. I guess not. At least not yet. Alright, so here, you want a scholar? Well, I have to add one. Beard or no beard? Because I could give you, like, this dwarf, Aiden, the brewer. I could give you Attis, Kosoth. Is whomever is the happiest. I can't check happiness from this menu, so you're going to just kind of have to pick one from this menu. Attis. Attis is already taken, actually, because Attis is dead, Dan. But I will just make Attis into that anyway. Attis has murdered a few people and is in prison, in fact. So they have a custom rule because they keep killing people, so they keep losing their nickname. But, go with... Why don't we give you Rovod, who's actually a bone doctor in the hospital. Swapped Rovod over to being a scholar. Decently happy, too. Grumble. And let's hope you do better than your last dwarf. Glass half empty is an incredibly calm demeanor, is very slow to anger, and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She's preferable to the she is confident under pressure, and she has an active sense of humor. She likes a little excitement now and again, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, is quite comfortable around others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is often moved to mercy, and she likes to brawl, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is curious and eager to learn, and tends to consider what others think of her, and she occasionally overindulges and likes to take it easy, and bites her nails when she's nervous, and stiffens up when she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them. Values honesty and is put off by family and sacrifice, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. And Stukos has created a Lumend Kosajersal almost strapped pelt. the snarling marsh titan's silk Oh, made a toga out of Osmith strapped pelt, the snarling marsh titan's silk toga. Okay. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Unib Backgravel. Anyway, back to the more important bit. It's a toga. She doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't value loyalty. Dreams of mastering a skill, likes stibonite, bismuth, and green zircon, and round lime wood and the color teal. Rings and anvils and cows for their hunting moves, in the words of the true teacher, and when possible, prefers to consume glass-eyed tapir and cheese. Hard wheat beer, and absolutely hates lizards. Lastly, her upper spine is bruised. That can't be good. She is short and just incredibly fat. Her hair is curly, and her long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her lips are thick, and her head is short. Her head bears a massive, jagged scar, and her eyebrows are extremely sparse. And her ears are somewhat narrow, and her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding. Her nose is slightly upturned, and her hair is burnt umber, and her skin is pale brown. And for that artifact, which is ODV done here, it's a toga. I didn't realize togas had sprites. Chat, did togas have sprites? Do togas have sprites now? I don't think togas had sprites before. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if they sneakishly added togas. Yeah, I don't think they did either. Yeah, it's there. It's a toga. But I don't think I've ever seen the toga sprite before, and I'm pretty sure I've had artifact ones that didn't have sprites. Anyway, this is Osnuth strapped pelt, the Snarling's Marsh Titan silk toga. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with Sangaro rib wood and is made from Osmith strap spelt, the Snarling Marsh Titan silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of Osmith strap spelt, the Snarling Marsh Titan silk, and shale and yak leather, and eagle leather. On the item is an image of Grand Coils, the connection of relics in the marble hatch cover in hematite. On the item is an image of a diamond in milk opal. On the item is an image of Shortast, stroke letter, the dwarf, and dwarves in alunite. Shortast stroke leather is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Shortast to the position of king of the tufted urns in 195. And I think I will give that to the king. Me. Actually, looking at this, a bunch of sprites in here I don't recognize. Like this sword? You're short-assed. Short-ass yourself. I'm trying to remember what things had sprites before, but like I'm pretty sure that like this instrument here didn't have one. As an example. But it's like a tiny little accordion box thing now. Did it? I don't recall that. Now I'm like suddenly questioning it. I know that this one down here doesn't. But yeah, I don't know. When you're working without patch notes, it's hard to tell what's going in, right? It's like, is that new or did I just not notice it before? It just kind of becomes a common issue after a while. All right, let's see how much silk we currently have. Not actually that much, but I do have tons of pigtails, so let's just do full sets of pigtail clothing for everybody. Let's actually make like 20 cloth bags, though. Yeah, let's do caps. Why not? I normally do hoods, but... We're just going to do 100 of each. And I'm going to do 100 silk loincloths. You got tunics and togas? Do I have togas in this world? Yeah, I don't have togas. Maybe that's why I just haven't seen them, is because I don't have togas. Weapons from gem walls still don't have sprites. Yeah, because most of them are made either out of materials or be made out of what's it called? Made in shapes that we just don't have sprites in the game for yet. That's all stuff that we'll hopefully have by adventure mode release, but you know, that stuff's still a ways off. Yeah, no, the thing about those is I usually just try and remember the names of them, and then I use pedestals to move them around, my Agushka. And then once they've been moved around with pedestals, then they're claimable, so dwarves can then equip them and such. Makes it not too bad, I don't know. Get that pulled again and get all that stuff back inside. But clothing jobs are about to go through. You're glad Mr. Sneck is still living? I mean, the snarling over here is very much, suffering, fortunately. And there we go. It is now time for us to begin making clothing once again. We're hitting late winter. Such a weird look, those goblin forts. Speaking of goblin forts and pits, I'm going to start raiding this pit, because I want to get those artifacts out of there. From right there. So we're going after Mute Plague. We're going to try and mute the plague. And then these can all get picked up by dwarves and made back into more silk. So chat room, just out of bloody curiosity, what have you guys been streaming recently? Or not streaming, playing recently. Or watching people stream, I guess. I could extend it to that, but... What have you guys been playing recently? What have you guys been getting up to? I've seen a lot of people all of a sudden going back to Diablo stuff, which just kind of has me eye-rolling a little bit, from being honest. What have you guys been playing? Beyond All Reason? A lot of it? I feel like Disnoff has done nothing but play Beyond All Reason 24/7 for the past 2 months, and I'm starting to worry about him a little bit. I haven't worried about Disnoff in a while. But when he does those, like, Why? Wait, you've done a 24-hour stream. Wait, you've done 4 of them? 7 days in a row? V Rising, people going back to that. Path of Acra, I think, still has 100% positive reviews, Blackleg. Pretty sure that game still has 100% positive reviews. Also, I think True Freak just 100%ed it. Yeah, no, it still does have 100% positive reviews. That's crazy. Crash Time 3 a couple of days ago. Love you some Eurojank Crash Time. What the fuck is Crash Time? Wait, do you mean Crash Drive? Oh, wow. No, you really mean Crash Time. Oh, okay. Never mind. This is a game from 2009. This makes a lot more sense now that I'm looking at these screenshots. I was like, this does not look like a modern video game. Disnoff is stuck in a loop with Beyond All Reason. I mean, I was really worried about him when he was streaming Mountain Blade Bannerlord when that first came out. Because when that game initially released, I think he streamed like 75 hours in 4 days or something. It was like, did you sleep? I don't know how he can do that. Been playing Bolt Gun? How's Bolt Gun? Was that released this morning, wasn't it? Because that's the boomer shooter, but it's Warhammer 40,000 video game. It's borderline unhealthy? Oh no, it's not borderline unhealthy. It's straight up unhealthy. Like playing that although I don't know if Disnoff is still grinding that heavily, but he was at least for a minute there. No. He's slowed down a little bit. He's only streaming like 13 to 15 hours a day. Just 13 to 15 hours a day. Good lord. Yeah, no, he's streamed daily for like the last 12 days, and the shortest stream he did was 9 hours, and the longest one he did was 21. I don't know how he does that. I would just like fall asleep on my computer. I mean, to be fair, I did that during December, so that's how much I streamed Dwarf Fortress during December. For crying out loud. Hey man, it's not the students' fault, it's the fault of the teachers, okay? Really hoping that this can like recover some more of these negative moods we've got, because that's mostly all I've been doing today is just working on negative moods. Working on blocks right now. Yes. Let's see what I can put over here. Quite a bit of alunite, apparently. At least they didn't write moo. I mean, then I would just assume that they're calling you a cow. Well, I mean, there's where I mean, at least that's not technically wrong. On the last one there, on the SQRT, but yeah. I don't know. This is just. I understand why this is like upsetting for you to work through, Taigo. I kind of just feel bad for the kids, to be honest. early spring, so if anything dies right now, it's because it died of old age. I do sometimes feel the need to remind people that that song is about, like, you know, violence towards kids in schools in Britain in the 50s, but, you know. It's not exactly about modern schools, but... You don't really want teachers to leave the kids alone. The Wall? You know, like the song that Orange is quoting? Teachers leave them kids alone. Life has been kind? I mean, I'm doing okay. Someone got a B? You need, like, Bumblebee stickers. You can give them a little sticker. A B minus? Hey, I was a B minus student. Me. I was either a C plus or a B minus student most of my schooling age. B is B. Could be worse. Max Meg. I haven't seen a Lobo's emote in a while. You know, it's always kind of nice to see, like, all these people that either I used to watch or I've interacted with in the past, even if I haven't spoken with them in ages. It's always nice to be like, ah, yes, that person's emotes still exist. People still watch that person. That's nice to know. It's like I might actually have a future in this industry. There's like centuries of I mean, that particular song is takes place in a particular time period, but yes. It's like notorious for just Catholic schools to be abusive. If someone quits Twitch? No, not usually. Unless that person deletes their channel when they quit, or like removes their or like gets their partnership removed. Like if you move to another platform and Twitch removes your partnership from you, then yeah, theoretically it would get removed. But most people who quit Twitch just stop streaming. Oh. Uh-oh. So chat, who's tuned in the last 2 minutes? Like, did you just tune in? If you just tuned in, I turned up the number of enemy siegers a little bit. Just a little bit. I've never seen them wrap around the corner. Fortunately, they're seeking a parlay. My squads are currently not home. I'm just waiting for them all to leave the map. We're going to let them just wander on the map and see how big that is. So now they can send up to 400 soldiers instead of 160, and up to 200 creatures. Well, I think what I should do is I should just get all the dwarves heading inside. Oh no, a cat died of old age. Rest in peace, kitty. So we're just waiting for this dwarf to leave the map. Who, for some reason, is hauling a lead cage. You've led me to believe that that was a mistake, dwarf. Why are you in the world, why in the world are you hauling a lead cage? Ooh. I'm doing all right, Argumentum. What is what, Ranger Rick? Disco, I'm going to remove you from the military briefly. And then... yeah, you know what? I'm just going to remove you from the military. And make a new squad. And Disco can be in charge of that squad. Also, the fact that this dwarf is a priest of the god of death and their name is the Holy Burial is kind of glorious. All right. This armor should have skulls on it. I mean, how many kills does he have? Only 2 kills. You know, jackal skins at a glance almost looked like a kobold name. It's like, how the heck did... a duck was found dead? One for each arm. A lead cage decorated with leopard bone. It's an art piece. Yeah, but like, it's not worth dying to what, this because of it. I mean, it's a lot of goblins and beak dogs, dude. That's a lot of goblins and beak. Like, let's look at this list. It's a beak dog pile. Side entrance for the spa? Yep. You count several? I count at least 3. I'm just waiting for my military to get back. Once they return, we can figure out what we're actually going to do with this. Because there's so many. Poultry attack? I mean, is archery still buggy? They haven't updated it yet. Archery has been buggy for 10 years. So, yes, archery is still buggy. Can you make it work? Yes. Does it sort of work? Yes. Am I good at making it work? No. Have they updated it and fixed it like they've said they're planning on? No. That has not changed yet. I love the fact that one of my squads is called the Bodices of Biting. To plink away at clusters of enemies? Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, that would be cool if we could do that, but unfortunately, the game just doesn't really allow for that just yet. Oh shit! We actually freed a human. Rear Ape Deeps from Mute Plague, the cruelty of lies, and the reclusive ghoul. We stole a bunch of books. We seem to have snuck in undetected, and we freed a prisoner and stole a bunch of books, including a wizard's guide to Pecklud, and the Great Puzzle Fiend, and the Forest Retreat, Problems and Solutions, Burn It Down, Do You Know the Forest, and an Introduction to Mute Plague. I wonder how all these these Forest Retreat Elfie-related books arrived when there's no elves on this continent. They're all, like, over here, up here in the far north. Like, down here where we are, there are no elves. So, do wonder how they got down there. All right, let's see where these squads are coming from. Where are you headed? Oh, you just dropped the sock. I get it. Okay. Free dudes, steal books, get money. Easy payday. I don't know where I'm going with this really, but... Are sea vessels? Sea vessels do not exist in Dwarf Fortress outside of the word boat that exists in languages. As in, there are none. The way characters get across oceans is they go through the underground caverns. So no, not only are they not canon, but they just kind of straight up don't exist. Outside of existing in the word. For this reason, Game of Thrones cannot be simulated in Dwarf Fort.
Bing bong.
Bing bong, thanks for the first notification of money, or bing bongs, in an hour and 25 minutes. No bro doing. With the $1. Appreciate you. And thank you for helping streamers save for his little vacation that he hasn't actually fully announced yet that's going to be happening in end of June. Oh, well, middle of June. That's not totally true in regards to the dragons can't fly, but it's also not totally wrong. They are all back on the map. Okay. They got helium in their bladders. That's a sentence I just read. But chat, can I get a couple beers for no bro doing throwing $1 at the stream? Appreciate you, dude. Chat, I've kind of got this little thing going on in my head that I've been plotting all day, which is I have a t-shirt that's ready to launch on the merch store. So if we hit 900 subs again, I'll release it early. I was originally planning on releasing it on the 1st. Show you? No, but it is it is not gremlin, goblin related. I do have a shirt that's ready to go though. I just need to go click one button. Did you name your sword? Or are you fighting swordless? You're training swordless. Or axeless, I guess. All right, well, let's deny this petition for a parlay. Wouldn't it be funny if a bunch of them drowned? Because that water's about to thaw, or that... Whoa! Frame rate. I didn't like you anyway. Who needs frame rate? Do streamers get fucked on taxes? Well, it depends on what you mean by fucked. Do we pay taxes? Yes. Do we pay business taxes? Yes. So if you mean paying taxes is getting fucked, then sure. I consider it to be paying for my healthcare. I mean, it's only 500 to 600 extra entities. It's fine. Oh, it's because more entities are spawning. Yep. Here comes more. And more. And more. I did turn the number up a lot. Like, a lot. What's going on? I set the maximum number of invaders to about 800. So we're getting a big invasion. A really big invasion. Currently, I just want to know why they are walking straight towards my fort. They're not. I mean, the door's shut. I was just kind of curious to see what the frames would be like. And currently, they're really good. Like, if you just want like a list to see how many entities are on the map. That's how many entities are on the map, right? Like, you know, sitting at 15 frames a second with that. Like, the last time I did this, which was on version 47. Please melt. Please melt. Last time I did Sieges this big, which was on version 47, the game ran at about a frame per second. So I'm kind of stress testing the game now. Should I turn the number of enemy goblin invaders up? I'm kind of thinking about doubling it. And just make this fort about, like, stress testing to see how many invaders we can get on screen. You diabolical man. I mean, why wouldn't you? I think the side door's open. Let's just double check. Yes, it is. I mean, for whatever it's worth, they're still appearing. They're just showing up in pairs now. It's like the never-ending wall of fucking goblins. Like... What, just a nice screenshot of the enemies? I mean, here, I'll grab a nice little screenshot of this. Right here. I'll post this on, like, Discord and stuff. The stragglers are using the buddy system. I mean, damn right. What in the world did you walk into? Just a small goblin siege. I'm kind of stress testing the game. Oh, if I double it again? Well, I mean, I can double it again in the future, but... I'm still amazed that the frame rate is as high as it is right now. It's like, I get it, it's only 8 FPS, but still. There's more beak dogs and goblins showing up. So many. Shit. Although it would be hard to miss the perfect screenshot if I double the number again, because the frame rate will be slow. Oh, hey, it's Disco. Finally making What are you doing? Finally making his way back into the building. Hauling mica. Disco, I'm going to get you training. And let you train here. I just want you to run into the fortress right now. Like, go pick up equipment. I also know where that construction job should be. It should be right there. Dwarf, please stop giving me anxiety and drop the boulder you're carrying and walk into the fort, please. Just... Tasks. Just drop the frickin' boulder, you stupid dwarf. These are just random barons that I have no control over. Chat, does anybody know an easy way to make them drop a boulder that they've decided that they're just hauling for some fucking reason? Anybody have a good, like, method of making them drop a boulder? Because I know how to do it with DF hack, but I don't have DF hack right now. I could just make the boulder not exist anymore. Kill them? That's not the question. I can easily kill them. I can't cancel the hauling job. There is no hauling job. It also wasn't a hauling job. It was a construction job. I did cancel the hauling job, but they're still holding it. I can't forbid it. That does nothing. I can't selecting dump it. Doesn't do anything either. They're not going to a stockpile. They're going to pick up equipment. They have no job. They've just decided to continue hauling the boulder. Does anybody know how to make them drop it? This is as clear as I can be. Yeah, but I'm not using DF hack because we're on the unstable branch. The unstable branch is not compatible with DF hack. What about uniform? There is no uniforms for military, and currently I've made this dwarf into their own squad so that they go and pick up their own uniform. But here, I will deactivate this squad completely. Let's try that. So now you're no longer going to go pick up equipment. Still hasn't dropped it. I've literally done that like 24 times, Zalazor. You go into their equipment and forbid it. They don't drop it. Okay, I've done this like 24 times. Reboot PC, that's not going to do shit. So, I guess he's just going to carry it. Drown him in lava? All right, you know, just like a really good military dwarf that I would like to not kill, you know? That's not new. It's been in the game for a while now. All right, I mean, he's got time. It's gonna take a while for this army to get there. Oh man, that's not good. Wait. Okay, there's I thought that this had like pushed backwards through my wall. I was like, uh-oh, there's a wall missing there. There isn't. It's just, there's a fortification there and it's flowing back through it. You know, they're already in a fucking burrow. I give, you know, honestly, chat, I give up. Just, I appreciate the suggestions. I'm sorry I asked. You guys haven't suggested anything I haven't already tried. And putting a dwarf into a single burrow instead of just turning the full burrow on and off again doesn't fix it. And if that doesn't fix it, then making a single burrow is not going to fix it because burrows operate the same. So, whatever. It's fine. I will, however, pull this lever and open up the side door. If I can just let the dwarf through it. The joke suggestions don't help, Saber. They just kind of add to the salt. I'm not gonna lie. At least for me, I don't know about you, but... Yeah, no, we're all out of ideas, so it's just up to that dwarf and their little feetsies to get their dumbass out through that door. Or down through that ramp, whatever works. And, where Gobbin's at? I went to play outside ignoring the burrow. Well, I mean, that's why you can't ignore burrows as a child. It's a dangerous thing. Anonymous Gifter, thank you very much for checking out a 5-pack. Oh, fishery worker was found dead. Gosh, I wonder why. That actually was a member of my fort. Fishing equals big danger? I mean, they're not even allowed to fish in this fort, which is kind of funny. So many nobles die every time we get sieged. God, it's gonna be wild seeing all of these beak dogs and mounted goblins just cram their way into the side entrance of the fort. That's gonna be something. Like, damn. And Silohelic, thank you very much for the tier 2 for the 5th month. Welcome back. It's gonna be a lot of big dogs. With a sieve because of the invaders killing people in your fort? I don't know. It hasn't happened yet. I'm going to go to this task because they're trying to make rock blocks. I'm going to pause all of those tasks. So you should just leave that way. There you go. Here comes Disco. Still hauling this stupid fucking boulder. And here comes the first of the baddies. It begins. Are those cacti? Yep. Sangaro cactus? It's a bit funny now. Screw you formulas. You know, honestly, I think screw you formulas are probably more fun than square roots anyway. Hey, Layagushka, do you have to be that big of a dum-dum? What's funny is I have military dwarves added to the burrow, but even they just ignore it for some reason. What squad are you in? Also, by the way, Lyagushka, your title is Holy Orange, by the way. Okay, so Lyagushka, I'm going to add you to a squad briefly.
Yeet.
Thank you very much for the $1. By the way, Shark Jumping Walrus brings us almost up to a hype train. Gonna see if I can just get these 2 dwarves out of here. Orange, thanks for the $1. Okay, let's do that. Let's see if this breaks this. There you go. Well, it turns Lyagushka around. That's minimum I needed. I'm saving 1 dwarf there. That's just a random Baron. Well, good luck, random Baron. Nobody's upstairs yet. Random Baron certainly ain't gonna live, though. Oh, he dead. Yeah, he very dead. That or he's a traitor and we'll make it out. But chat, thank you very much for the level 2 hype train. Cheers. It's a lot of beak dogs because I turned the number of enemy siegers up. And this guy's just getting chased by a single beak dog. Imagine dying to just a beak dog. It's like getting bitten to death by a cat. Here they come. Paxmac, thanks for chucking out a gift sub. Cheers, dude. Appreciate you. And once again, if we hit 900 subscribers, I will release a new t-shirt onto the merch store. All right, we've got another collection. Good God. Good God. I keep forgetting how many there is. There's so many. We would absolutely lose in this war of attrition if we actually had to fight it. No, it's totally fine, Zelser. You are absolutely good. No need to apologize. This is kind of a high-stress situation, and I tend to get too attached to my dwarves. And I really want this dwarf to live. Especially the named ones. Oh, no. Well, there goes the Baron of Threat Raisers. This is going to be a very, like, famous beak dog if it kills either of them. Because beak dogs don't really get kills. It's fighting with this goblin, and they're, like, taking turns spewing blood on the ground and vomiting. I don't know who's vomiting. If it's the beak dog or the dwarves, because it's just generic vomit instead of dwarf specific. Well, Erish the goblin just lost an ear to the beak dog. How many more subs do we need? We're at 878 right now. 878. I wonder I was going to say, I wonder if we'll be able to fit them all in here. I think we will. I'm going to need to close the side door as soon as this dwarf gets through, though. Well, they're locked in eternal battle with this beak dog right now. Elfie Bean, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Very kind of you. Come on, Disco. Keep moving, Dwarf. Oh no, backups arrived. Another beak dog's come to help. Oh, there goes Ton. And the goblin finally dies. Right, Disco, this is all up to you. You are helping. Thank you very much, Elfie. And thank you, everybody, for the little hype train. Much appreciated. Orange, thanks for gifting 2 Tier 1 subscriptions in the nick of time. I think that keeps the hype train going. I can never quite tell if it's just going to end or not. There you go. Levels up. Cheers, dude. We found those barons dead. Hopefully they don't bestow barons upon my ass, because I really don't need more barons. Fight attack, thanks for the $1. Right in the nick of time. Damn right, dude. God, there's so many. Although I do think most of them... Keyword there is most of them. I think most of them are actually in the tunnels. It is going to be fun to watch the frame rate skyrocket. I think Disco might make it. What, make it sit there as long as possible, and then at the last moment, let it move on? This dwarf is actually... This dwarf is actually a member of my fort. I'm also not sure what they're doing in here. But come on, Disco. Okay. Well, we've certainly stress tested the game a little bit. I'm amazed that the frame rate is as high as it is. Like, actually. Silver, thanks for the $10 in bits. I hit the wrong button. But yeah, no, Disco made it out. I just need to get this lever pulled. Deep Space, thanks for the 9th month.
We're
God
up
damn.
to number 9.
One of the few people I knew who streamed this game before Premium came out. Okay, who's coming to pull the lever? All right, this dwarf's coming to pull the lever. Now the question is, will this dwarf get to the lever in time? Because, my God, you better, because that's coming. Oh, Lord, they coming. Oh, there goes that door. Shut. All right, what do you think, chat? I think the majority of them are in there. I'm just going to kind of assume that. So we're going to get the burning going. This is going to be the biggest spa day we've had in a while. I mean, here, I'll shut off my camera. So once this disappears, lava's going to start dumping from up here. Most kills for a trap? Not for a trap. I've had more units than this on the map before in older versions. Look at all the visitors it has. Oh, definitely. Yeah, they can't wait to have their skin melted off by the heat of the lava. It's the only way to get rid of acne is simply remove what's left. I've turned up the number of invaders possible. Deep Space, that's why there's so many. They're dying to get in here, yes. And I'm going to double the number again, I think. So we'll go up to 400 creatures and 800 possible goblins? This is actually one way to get through the goblin population in your world real quick. Also, chat, would you like a tease of that t-shirt that I'd release if we get another 15 subs? I actually need to make it a little cheaper, I think. Yeah. Also, what's dying? Uh-oh, pump operator's been found dead. Where? Oh, well, I mean, whose fault is that, you doofus? Same with you, Baron of Lancer Gem. Gosh. Nobody's pulled the lever yet. Come on! Hello, Gooey. There's a lot of gubbins in there. Anyway, the t-shirt that I'd release is this. Boop. Vote Goblin. Just saying. Wear that to a political rally. Another dwarf is dead. Well... Come on, somebody pull those levers, dwarves. Okay, well, Moldath appears to be pulling a lever, so we're going to have levers pulled in a moment. What's Goblin's platform? Something. Also, Fog did the art. Also, hi, Fog. Traitor's been killed. I mean, he was a traitor. All right, so the gates are shut. So my frame rate just goes up a little bit because they can't path into the fort anymore. So now we just get to see all of these beak dogs burn. But yeah, we haven't actually released it yet, Fog. But if I hit, well, we get an additional 15 subs, we'll release it. And there goes the lava. And it's still quite the threat. The best part is none of them actually made it in. Now we just get to watch as the frame rate rises. It is made by those who are dead. The way is shut. It's one of the best lines in just, like, fiction. Just period. I don't even know how this one got up here. I guess it must have just jumped up there when shit got bad. They can probably hear the screams from further up in the hallways. Just a few over on this side. Then this side is just going to be like a goddamn mosh pit in the middle by the end of it. Free gear? Oh, yeah. Lots of free gear. This is what happens when the reclusive ghoul attacks me. Oh no, an ostrich cock has reverted to a wild state. It's never going to not be funny. Pets and livestock. I guess I can just slaughter a bunch of random ostriches that I have, yeah? Which I kind of forgot that I had, but... Hay and fragrance. Wild cock inbound. Yeah, wild cock incoming. Dodge. One of the only games I've ever played where I can unironically state wild cock incoming. And it is actually accurate. Are gelders the same? Do animals in DF actually have balls? Do they actually have balls? Some animals aren't geldable. If they lay eggs, for example, they're not geldable. Mm-mm-mm. Gildables snatched by a bald eagle. I mean, like, you don't get a physical item in return from them. Like, they ain't cooking, what are they called? They ain't cooking, like, what are they called? Something... I can't remember the name for horse testicles as a foodstuff, so I apologize. God, okay, that's pretty brutal. That just, like, coming down from the ceiling up there? Oh, man. There's just, like, a gaggle of them. There's, like, dozens of them standing around. Ooh, that's brutal. Coming back to see this while Hatsune Miku plays in the background. This reminds me... Okay, so... Growing up, I went over to a friend's house around Christmas time at one point. Ben, thanks for the $15. I very much appreciate
Hot,
you.
hot, hot.
I went over to a friend of mine's house for Christmas, and he got Age of Empires 2 for Christmas. Or him and his brother did. And they were playing this Christmas album while playing Age of Empires, and there's just like this strewn of bodies in it. They're just singing it, starting to look like Christmas on the stereo. So that's kind of my closest relation to that. And some of those just have the zoomies. Look at all of them. Like, okay, how many entities are right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. At least like 50, between 50 and 55. Your phone crashed after the subs? Well, you should tell it to not order Subway. Tell it that no, the flatbread is not in fact a healthy option, even though they may call it that. But chat room, thank you very much for all the bits. Thanks for all the gifted subs. In time for Glorious Slaughter. Yeah, and there's more enemies on the screen right now than you probably get in an average siege, because we've like doubled. Actually, speaking of it, let's double the number again. All right, so raid 3 plus 400 and 200. Let's go 400 and 800 for the next one. Aw, they capped me at 500? Okay, fine. 500 and 500. 1,000 possible entities for the next siege. What's happening? I'm stress testing the game, kinda. Don't get cocky. I've already got a bunch of ostriches in the basement. Also, the Last Hatchets is a really good name for a squad. No leftover parts or blood? No, it's great. It's great for moods. It's great for battle cleanup. It gets rid of all the copper and crap that you don't want and just leaves all the iron and steel. It's great. That's going to be brutal. Nope, nobody got through. We did lose some dwarves, but that was their own fault. I don't think so. I think the frame rate's just going up from here on out. Smoke doesn't really affect FPS unless your dwarves are trying to path through it, and my dwarves aren't trying to path through it right now, so. So I don't think the FPS will be too bad. Also, like, you know, we went from like 30 to 34 FPS down to like 15, 16 with all these units on screen, which is pretty fucking good, actually. Like, it went down to, like, sub 10 a few times, but... it was a bad... the Google ostrich. What'd you think you would get? Come on, man. What the fuck do you expect? Well, I've turned up the number of possible invaders. There's a screenshot on Discord of this siege before they got here, also on Twitter, and also on the... I mean, Google Mallard Cock, because Mallard Cock is incredible. In, like, a horrifying way. It's like human female should be thankful that we didn't evolve in that direction. But also hilarious. I mean, sure. Nice show while people eat. Totally. Mm-hmm. The Frank's ducks. That sounds like a bad idea. I don't know why. Good lord. There's actually like blood appearing. And look how many units are in each tile right here. Anyone that's currently flashing on this screen is on fire. Oh, that's on fire? Oh my god, there's so fucking many. Everybody is just like learning what ostrich penis looks like. Well, have a good time, chat. Yep, pretty much. They're trying to climb over each other. Deep space. Also, mods, can I get a shout out for deep space, please? Still waiting for the frames to come back. Assuming that'll happen soon. Let's see this in ASCII. I mean, of course, it just looks like a... So one thing that I really like about ASCII that you can see very clearly that you can't see in Fortress mode is you see these beige backgrounds they all have. It means they're lying down. And you can actually, like, if you watch them, you'll see them get a blue background, turn into a slash, and then turn into a beige background, and then back into no background, which means they actually jumped, vaulted, and landed, and then stood back up, which you'll see a lot in like these kind of clusters like this. And of course, those ones are all just gone. Deep space, orange. God, there's so much stuff burning right there. Look how many of them are currently burning. So, no, DF ASCII doesn't have parkour indicators, but it does indicate when a unit is lying down, standing, or kneeling. Also, yeah, you can zoom in ASCII now for people who maybe missed that. At least in the experimental branch. No, it's just way easier to tell, like, what kind of acrobatics they're doing at the time. But, like, you've been warned. You know, this is a topic that my chat has every, like, 8 months or so. Everybody just, like, realizes that duck dick is terrifying. It's all around the same time that everybody realizes it. Oh, man. Dead Dan killed somebody else, I think. Might just need to expel that dwarf. I should look up turtle dicks. I used to own a turtle. I've definitely seen turtle dick before. Not on my particular turtle, but that topic came up a couple of times back in the day. But yeah, for anybody who missed the initial siege, this is what the siege looked like before they got there. Which is just kind of whack. Everybody's... I love it when this conversation comes up because it's always so questionable. Nature is strange and terrifying, I guess is all that I will say. You couldn't pick him up for days after that? And that's how you kill, like, 800 goblins. But we just slaughtered a semi-wild ostrich cock, which is what started this entire conversation, so... Yay? And my frame rate's back, too. And Disco survived. They're like multi-pronged, aren't they? Swallowed? I love how Swallowed's son is telling people to search for a kid and a dick. Like this is the chat room that we have right now. We've cultivated this chat culture. That's fine. I want my camel to get slaughtered. It's totally fine. I can... Also, they're not... They shouldn't be tame. They should just be trained. But no, I want them to get slaughtered. There's more where that came from. Curiosity and learning. Yeah, and biology. Real biology hours. There it goes. Absolutely adore this drain. This is such a cool drain. I just need the front door to be opened up there. Goes. The most impressive thing to me about this drain is no dwarves have actually died down here yet. Like, I haven't, like, gone down here and seen a child, like, stuck here about to get covered by lava or anything. Having to pull a lever screaming, you know? I haven't, like, had to save somebody yet because of it. I mean, that's part of biology and science. Very important part, in fact, Laigushka. Any goblins make it into? Oh, just a couple. I mean, there's some gear right there. Actually, I wonder, hold on a second. Can I see this? Yes! I've shown this off before. Look at this, chat. Stare at this center bit right here. So you see how it says Negoso Menace Worried's Boiling Goblin Blood. So normally it just looks like steam in premium. It's like this white, like, pss, steam. That's boiling blood. So if blood lands on the ground, or if a body dies in lava, two things happen. Their blood boils and evaporates, like that, in those little red clouds. But also the body, like, see, like that? But also, the bodies explode and spray blood everywhere. So if you have a situation here where, like, a bunch of things just died, and you settle the bodies on fire and let oxygen in, and they have space on that Z level, the bodies actually burst, and you get these little blood clouds everywhere, which are super obvious in ASCII. There's one there, some there. It's kind of metal. No, it doesn't calculate oxygen levels. So the reason I'm saying like the oxygen thing is it's like, if the Z level isn't full. So if the Z level isn't like 7 of 7 lava, then you'll get blood spray. If it's less than 7 of 7, and in which case there's oxygen in there, then you'll get blood spray. No, goblins are not still outside. They've left. But the next siege will be like twice the size. I've set it to 500 beasts, 500 invaders, which is the game's apparent hard cap. So I'm unaware that there was one in this version, but... So, now I need to go back to figuring out what I was doing. I'm sure I was doing something before that siege arrived. No, the siege has left. Once the siege icon disappears from the top thing, that's when they've all left. I do have some dead dwarves outside, though. I've only ran the experimental since it was an option. Haven't had any crashes. So, it just runs better. Everything's smoother and it runs better. So no negatives so far. In fact, I just encourage everybody to use this version. Because, like, it's so nice. Was reclaiming artifacts? I was robbing that one place that's close by. Oh shit, we actually did destroy Romantic Hex. Okay, that's good. Where was that one that had all of the books? Mute Plague. This is the one that we were stealing from. One has 2 copies of Untitled. Let's go for this one. Yeah, but if you pause your game, obviously, and that's just me thinking out loud more than anything, but if you take your game and you go to your game files, you go to local files, and I'll show you in a moment. You go to local files, and you go to data, you go to init, and you copy all of these, copy, and then paste them into the version when you update it, you won't lose your keybinds. Or you shouldn't. But most patches will break your keybinds, so I would just back those files up if you can. I've caused some factions to not go extinct, that's the wrong word, but like the faction to cease exist because they send too many soldiers. You can really tell that a faction is running out of people when they start sending recruits specifically, and what's the word I'm looking for here? And peasants. If they're sending unarmed peasants and recruits instead of soldiers, that's when they're running out of people. And I've absolutely made factions do that before. You know what's impressive about this? Some beak dogs didn't actually burn. That's terrifying. Imagine spending your days dying being cooked alive. Anyway, Pons, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? We were just discussing the unique characteristics of a echidna penis for some reason. So, you know, that's how my afternoon's been. How was your afternoon? I hope it was better than mine. Also, Windows decided to make my mouse wheel not work at the beginning of today. But it works now. And I've dared chat that if we get 15 more subscribers, I will release another t-shirt. So that's kind of where we're at. 15 additional subscriptions. Ponce is good people, yes. Ponce is friend of the show. But what were you up to today, Ponce? Speaking of people that we need to convince to play Beyond All Reason, we need to convince Ponce to play Beyond All Reason because I think he would really like it. But we've sent the military back out. I'm going to go scout for more soldiers, I think is what I'm going to do. Hey, it's Ben. Bone Carver, what about you? Or feels discouraged, is sometimes cruel, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Dreams of raising a family. Wants martial training. Well, can add you to this. Bottom squatty with Layagushka and Disco. But you had an emergency switch games to V-Rising to take over the server. Oh, but are you playing on like a community server with somebody? And you had to go help? You had to go to war? Don't you love it when you... That's something you don't see every day. This dwarf dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. I mean, good luck with that. Of course, wants to acquire an object, and would you do okay with martial training? Can handle stress, okay. Quick to anger, sure. She's brave in the face of imminent danger. All right, well. Peace exists with lava and spears, obviously. I mean, Heatstone fights with liquid rock, not weapons. I mean, we can fight with weapons, but... You're a sacred gravel. How about you? That's Elfie Bean. How is Elfie Bean? Euphoric due to inebriation and feels so good, apparently. Is friends with Raging Cave, and is a nervous wreck. But doesn't feel hatred towards anyone or anything, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and is an optimist and stubborn. Quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and often feels discouraged. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and can handle stress. Let the lava wash the great battles away. Year 12 of your fort, and from what you can tell, the history that you've managed to piece together is that your civilization died the year you embarked. So what are we suggesting? Is that you are Gozer the Destructor? The hell? I have a statue of a sperm whale man? Baka Glass II made us an image of a sperm whale man. Well, that's lovely. Some migrants have arrived. Oh, good. I was going to say, hopefully they're not on the side where they immediately all catch fire. Which has certainly happened before. Dreams of mastering a skill, low sense of self-esteem. Generally doesn't think before acting, very distinct laugh, comfortable with others, tends to not reveal personal information. Yes, a sperm whale man. That's weird. Why are you not listed yet? Like they've changed the order that things show up at. You at the top? Wait a second. Whoa. Did they change the ordering? So the way this list used to be organized is the most recent to arrive was at the bottom. Well, they're doing something in here. Is it like... Huh. Nerd's Half-Life, thank you much for the raid, but kill it, I owe you a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like, or would you like to gift a dwarf to somebody? But let me know what kind of dwarf you would like. If you would like to see the list, let me know, and we can show you that. Yeah, isn't that great when that happens? When they just like politely ask, it's like, well, I'm queen now, guys. It's like, oh, cool, okay, cool. It usually means that somebody died. Previous ruler died. But Gilead, we have many miners. We also have plenty of stoneworkers and engravers. We have weaponsmiths. We have crafters and bone carvers. Alfie, thanks for checking another gift sub at Nerds Half-Life. Is it the most recently viewed person being put at the top? That could be neat. Let's see. Fooball, the clother. No, it doesn't seem to be that. Like, it really doesn't seem to be that. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why that dwarf was at the top. Smith or military guy would be neat. Guy. I have to wait for my military to come back, so I can give you a smith. How about a weaponsmith? Let's see who's a weaponsmith I could give you. Like Atir, the weaponsmith right here. Or Doosim. Give you Doosim. Put Doosim. I want that bug to get fixed right now. 'Cause it's annoying. Do something about it. I'm working on it. This dwarf is currently hauling rotten ostrich meat, which is a great job. He has dour as a rule and conflicted by this as he values parties of merrymaking in the abstract. He's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance and doesn't handle stress well and generally finds himself to be quite helpful about the future, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He has no interest in joking around and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he laughs in a unique way when he's annoyed. He holds his breath when he's nervous, and his hands begin moving when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Disregards tradition and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes gypsum plaster and nickel silver, and dandric agate and panda leather, statues and amulets, and llamas for their long necks, and the sound of the meandering mother and the sight of the poetic gloss of when possible prefers to consume date wine and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates hamsters. Your wife is Nomol, who's also a weaponsmith, and you had several ants in the fort, but they've all died. At least you still have your wife. You also have some cousins. Stakud, Minkot, Telenartho, and Dubar are all your cousins. And yeah. Plenty of ostriches, yeah. And what's funny about the ostriches is the ostriches are not our friends. They just keep walking in, so we keep trapping them. Dwarf with the most relevant skills to the assigned armors of the squad division. I need to just keep looking at this because this is new. Like, I guess I could just use this now to... Because, yeah, no, it does seem to, like, reorder it. Because, like, I know that they're working on, like, better sorting for these menus, so probably what we're seeing is, like, the small prerequisites for it. That is kind of funny. Like, one day it's just like, one day you'll just have much better sorting for, like, no reason. Yeah, no, these are beak dogs, but we do have ostriches that just keep walking in. Speaking of, my military's back. Let's see how this fight went. Well, I forgot to disable pick up random crap, so we got a bunch of random crap, but the tufted urn slipped into monstrous floor undetected by the cruelty of twilight of the reclusive ghoul. The forces of the armored boots searched the monstrous floor and spent time with the pits was stolen. The monstrous floor was stolen. It is the human was stolen. An introduction to monstrous floor was stolen. Embarking within reason. Oh, embrace kingdoms, not embarking within reason. Embrace kingdoms within reason. I like that. Embrace kingdoms within reason was stolen, as well as the sunsets on gorges was stolen. Giant chipmunks in your terrifying embarked. You only had one forgotten beast in 25 years, so you switched to hard. Still nothing 25 years later. I'm assuming you're talking about caverns, right? Did you just generate a world with, like, no forgotten beasts somehow, nerds? But yeah, no, it used to always just be based on arrival date was the way they always worked before. But let's go attack another location. We're going to go attack these Dark Goblin pits. We're going to attempt to raise them. Sending everybody but the full spears, which is my vampire squad. There they go again. I mean, giant chipmunks are pretty terrifying, to be fair. Honestly, when it comes to the squad menu, all I want is there used to be a button down here. Yeah, underneath the military tab for every dwarf. And it just was a list of all of the squads that were available, and you could just click add. Well, the way it would work before is you tab between them and then press enter. So you used to be able to add dwarves directly to squads from the dwarf screen, which would be great, because I could just be like, Zulban, Holy Wheel. You are dwarfy dwarf. You seem fine for the military. Click on the military tab. Bop, done. It used to be so easy, and now it's like so obtusely annoying to have to go all the way through all of those lists. Also, why did my frame rate go down to 9? I don't like it when my frame rate is no in German. Do you think they're attacking me again? No, it's not smoke. Smoke does not cause frame rate issues unless it's blocking pathing, and there's no way it could be blocking pathing. Also, there is nothing smoking, so... No, I mean, there's any number of things that could cause it in this fort, so... But it's not smoke. Oh, it's definitely because of me raiding. It's probably one of my soldiers trying to leave the map. But it'll go back up. It's already going back up. It's fine. Frame rate issues in Dwarf Fort are only an issue if you're not patient enough to just wait for them to go away. Because most of the time, they just kind of go away after a little bit. Stinky kitchens. I mean, is what it is. Happens sometime. If I expand this stockpile, it'll fix it, but only temporarily. Why is that, Bucket Glass? By the way, were you here a minute ago when I commented on the fact that your dwarf made us a statue of a sperm whale man? Which is also just a fun sentence to say. Because you did. How scarred some dwarves can get from the stink. I have a question. Have you ever been around a recently dead, decomposing animal? Because I have. You know, it's something I will never forget in my entire life is that smell. It's that bad. Layagushka. It's that bad, okay? I've talked about this a couple of times. There was a time there was a weird suitcase dropped off in the parking lot of the McDonald's I worked at the time. And my manager asked me and a friend to go toss it in the dumpster. They're just like, oh, go throw that crap in the dumpster. We picked it up and we started hauling it. And it fell open because it wasn't just zipped shut. And about 2/3 of a deer carcass fell out of it. I will... Oh, hey, we have a vampire in the fort. Child's been found drained of blood. All right, who did it? Who did it? Okay, like, actually, who did it? Because I don't see any vampires. And this vampire is definitely stuck in there. But, somebody got unexisted? Well, I mean... none of my new recruits. Who is blue, indeed? The kid's blood on the vampire's teeth? I mean, if I find the vampire, it'll just, like, they'll say that they saw them die in here. Well, I mean, that is the vampire. I'm gonna interrogate the only, like, blue person who's Tyler. I don't think Tyler did it, but I'm gonna interrogate them. What is that green dude in the yellow room? That green dude in the yellow room. Yellow room. You mean my zombie? This guy? He's a zombie. Not a vampire to my knowledge. I mean, he's not capable of being upset, so he can't tantrum. Could be him maybe just saying, I mean, I just, like, you know, requested, like, an interrogation, but I don't think he's gonna have much to say. It's just kind of wild. I'm really just hoping that this means that... I'm really hoping that this means that, they've changed vampires to not be blue by default. Because if vampires are not blue by default, I will be very happy. Because I do not like how easy they are to spot. I think it's kind of no fun. I love the little whodunit of just like having to go through and interrogate. I mean, it might just be one of my visitors, maybe? Nope, doesn't look like it. This dwarf's bored after leading an unexciting life for too long. Chose the wrong career then, dwarf. In the OG days, you just sit and watch the bedrooms until you saw the flashing symbol. No, totally. Because they would flicker in. Because realistically, the vampire should just look like normal dwarves and then suddenly become blue and then go back to being a normal dwarf. That's what they really should be. Well, this dwarf is reporting the crime. Do we have a witness? Well, I'm just going to watch you. I don't think it was this guy, but this guy definitely saw the body. And a bunch of them are moving to go report crimes. We'll see if this goes through. I think they'll only have listed 0 kills if they're lying about it before they get there. I don't think they can do that retroactively once they've arrived. I mean, maybe they can, but I haven't seen that. I've only seen the 0 kill thing as part of a new migrant that's just arrived. Someone on the Discord is saying that DF hack is a bit too OP. That's like saying that, you know, something like easy mode Minecraft is too easy. All right, so there's no convictions still. Really want to like I'm also going to request a talking to with that dwarf. Goblin scholar Zon Virgin Lanced of the Tufted Urns corrupted the subject in order to have an agent. Plan worked. They revealed that they'd plotted to steal the wall defender under the influence of Ruddo. Well, I mean, that was also like multiple years ago, so. Like, if you want to play Minecraft in creative mode, go nuts. It's like if you want to play Dwarf Fort in creative mode, go nuts. But it sure as heck ain't too easy. It's as easy as you make it for yourself. It's part of the reason I don't like using it, as I find it hard to not cheat if I have the ability to. And I wish we could engrave ramps, but I don't need to ask for everything. Just most things. Soldiers are all leaving. Hopefully come back soon. Someone's bedroom statue got knocked over. And I really wish we had dwarven CCTV cameras. Make my life a lot easier right now. Complaining that it's too easy to spot vampires, and now that I can't spot one, I'm like, man, this game's hard. Just plopping down more statues, because, well, I have them. And we get to wait until the next vampire killing shows up. Exciting times, chat room. Okay, so it seems like not much there, just disorderly conduct, admittance of guilt. Trap him in a cage and then you can tame him. Build cage traps everywhere. Or you can train them and then butcher them. Whatever's better for you. That's why, what's it called? The hard embarks are so exciting. A cage tutorial got you started, but you've got to use it more. I mean, just like, for this fort, right? I've got this problem where I have ostriches and various other animals just walking through my fort. So I've just placed these cage traps like this. Like, that's it. That's all I'm doing. And it's, generally working so far. It's generally been working so far. So this across here is going to erase that. No, that's for, what's it called? That's animal traps, not cage traps. Cage traps are for large creatures. Animal traps are for small creatures. These doggos need a door. Has to be one of the newer migrants? Yep. But, like, if I scroll down this list here, nobody looks blue. I mean, Raging Cave, like, looks insane, but that's not going to make him a vampire. One of them is a known vampire, who I have listed as a vampire. It's like, I know I just added a few to the military, but I'm pretty sure the ones that I just added to the military weren't blue. Yeah, they're these four down here, and none of them are blue. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss, to be honest. Greater than, let's say, 50. Well, no. Not the button I wanted. Any shop is fine. What did you miss? There's a vampire in the fort, I think is what you missed. And I'm not sure who it is, which is actually kind of exciting. Well, let's interrogate Esm. What was your last name, Esm? Esm Revered Cloisters. Say, there's lore, but that's a child. Wrong lore. That lore is a witness. You get. Edom. Ism. The funny thing is I might be able to fix this by simply just telling all my soldiers to take off their armor. Because if it's one of my soldiers and they all take off their armor, then we'll find out pretty quick. Let's schedule one with you. Why can you buy stone display cases but not make them? Because Dwarf Fortress. I don't have an actual answer for you. Fem, you would like me to read the word stories. Right. Okay. Bass is deep-sounding, hog-slamming Big Mac boxes. We regret everything. Plenty of anti-disestablishmentarianism for adolescent activists. Fam is a word that I'm going to pretend is actually a word now. You got it right. That is a big word. I didn't read a lot of words, but I did get one big one in there, so. You got quality over quantity in that one. Shortast the clother? I mean, this one? Doesn't seem too sus to me. Wants to practice a martial art and is bored about it. Actually would be a good military dwarf. We apparently have a vampire somewhere in the fort and I can't find it. And they don't seem to be blue. Which has me real excited because maybe they've finally made it so vampires aren't blue by default now. I mean, you can go add that into the word story if it makes sense, see, right? Your suspicion of vampires is good for making military? I mean, this certainly ain't a vampire. So. Like, there's no way this dwarf's a vampire. They're also euphoric due to inebriation right now, which means they can't be a vampire. Oh no, a gray language just stole a toy axe, a dingo leather backpack, and a kidney bone rur pipe, and a jaguar bone thing. Multiple musical instruments. They're gonna start a band. I can't wait for those monkeys to put the band back together. Definitely no relation to the band The Monkees. Is it? I don't know. In fragrance. What? In my reference to the Monkees? You know, fun fact, I've actually seen the Monkees live. Me and one of my mods saw them when he came and visited, like, back in 2016. We went to the fair because, like, the fair was in town during the summer. So we went to the fair. We went on a couple roller coasters. It was a good time. And then, we, like, got shitty food, and that was also good. And then suddenly, we realized that there was music playing. We're like, oh, there's a concert on. We're like, oh, I wonder who's playing. We went over to the thing. It was like a couple random bands we'd never heard of, and then the Monkees. And we're like, well, obviously we're going to go sit in the beer garden and stare at the screens with the Monkees on, because why not? So we went to the beer garden and watched the bride. Like, they were playing at the other side of the fairgrounds. We didn't bother going over to the actual concert. So we went and just, because they're all ages shows, right? So we just went and got beer. I think they can actually melt down this liquid copper and turn it into bars. I think they can. That, or maybe they just clean it up. It's kind of hard to tell. But anyway, here come all of the dwarves all at once. Man, it's wild. We don't actually have... All right, so we interviewed the zombie, Tyler. Met with subject and misrepresented facts surrounding the case in order to elicit information. The subject naively complied. The subject revealed that in late summer of 294, they made an agreement with the Armored Boots to become a citizen of Heatstone. It's the only notable event in this dude's history. Do you not know what a beer garden is? Have you never heard that term before? A beer garden is, at least here, is generally used to describe an area that sells beer in an area that's all ages. So if it's like a concert and there's like a closed off area for alcohol, that's the beer garden. It's where the grown-ups go to pick flowers. Anyway, made intimidating remarks. Subject naively complied. No new information. Okay, you're right. I am citizen. I zombie. I live here. Hi, I'm Tyler. I mean, it's also sure as shit not my human poet. Yeah. The bar you invited me in. Now I'm trying to figure out what bar you invited me into. I mean, if it's somewhere I can reasonably get to, I'll go. Oh, in Germany. Right, yes, yes, I do recall this now. Yeah, no, I can't reasonably get to Germany. Maybe in a couple years when I go to Wacken, we'll talk. Me and a friend are loosely planning on going to Wacken Open Air in, like, 2025, maybe 26. Go to Poland first, hang out in Poland for a few weeks, and then go to Wacken. No idea how I'll stream during that. I'll figure it out. When you win the lottery. I'll come out for a day if you win the lottery. I would also recommend against gambling. Maybe just don't do that and just save. Old statue was toppled by Dead Dan. Yeah, Dead Dan, god dang it. Tubal, the clother, has been found dead. Not drained of blood this time. Because Dead Dan, I think, beat him to death. All right, I'm going to boot Dead Dan from the fort because, frankly, this dwarf is more pain in the dick than they're worth at this point. I always kind of feel bad having to do this, but if Dead Dan comes by, they can have a new dwarf. You know? That, or I could give Dead Dan their own squad. And see if I can get them to go and take over a location by themselves. Dead Dan, you criminal and murderer, you horrible creature. Go to the pits of Seared Witch, which is a great name, and conquer and occupy it. Good luck. Demand surrender. Conquer and occupy. Otherwise, they'll just say no. So this dwarf, Dead Dan, who's currently throwing a tantrum, has killed a devilish potato. Okay. And then, well, they didn't get credit for that last one, but they killed a devilish potato. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 goblins. No, 8 goblins, and then just a bunch of random creatures. Dan says, hold my beer, pretty much, while also continuing to tantrum. Random ostrich, don't mind it. You got mashed? Yep. I feel kind of bad about that. Why is there... Also, Zuntir was found dead? God damn it. Went from being potato to being pulverized potato. No, that one went poof when I reloaded the save. Like, literally, that dwarf was just gone the next time I reloaded the save. Like, I'm pretty sure my game turned into, like, a creepypasta haunted game for a minute there. Some, like, weird spirit from another world was hunting my game. Did he get Zuntir on the way out? I have no idea. There wasn't a combat log. Although, holy shit, look how many rings this dwarf was wearing. You should go write a creepypasta about, like, you haunting my game. That, or we need to see if we can get... Is Putnam taking direct control? Okay, we need to nuke this out of blind save. Okay, fixed. And also, chat, as a reminder, if we can get 15 more subscriptions, I will release a new t-shirt. Once we hit 900 subs again, I will release a new t-shirt on the merch store, which has been teased a couple of times. But for reference, vote Goblin. I feel like we need, like, different mayoral campaign shirts, like one for elf, one for dwarf, one for goblin, one for gremlin. Like, just all with, like, slightly different political logos. I think that could be a good time. Vote Dwarfus for Fortress Organizational. Oh, Kobold. Kobold member. Nair. One for Vampire. Vote Crab. Yeah, totally. No, vote Crab just needs to be a pin. I voted Crab.
14?
14, Trotsky. 14. Yeah, 14 left. 14 left until I make a new t-shirt available. But Trotsky, thanks for the second month. Welcome back. And thanks for the Prime. Are quite knowledgeable rhinoceros trainers? Oh, hell yeah. Gotta learn to train a rhino. You know, How to Train Your Dragon was a hit movie. Also a pretty good movie. But How to Train Your Rhino, that's just next level stuff. It's like the next era of how to train your animal fiction. Bolt guns come out and you're stuck working. Bolt gun kind of looks like Proteus to me. Looks pretty good. I remember watching How to Train Your Dragon with my little sister. Like, just on TV. Like, we had the VHS or the DVD or something. And I remember watching that, and we loved it. And then I went, like, downstairs to go play video games and came back upstairs. My little sister was watching it again. So, I agree. And fragrance. Didn't I already, like, memorialize that dwarf, like, ages ago? Thought I did. Huh. Well, apparently I need more slabs, too, so. Wait, the original? Or the one of the awful sequels? Because if you're talking like the like animated Tarzan movie, that movie is like one of the best film soundtracks just ever. Like, not even close. Also, can I say that Big Sparn and Casualty have the most messy bedroom? Well, see you later, Peck Smack. Snooze good. Because this is a very messy cloak. The cloaks. Who do these all belong to? Okay, so they're both to blame. Some of these are Big Sparn and some of these are Casualty. Nothing in their coffers, just, you know, a ton of stuff. Here, I'll give them another cabinet. I think all the dwarves that are being messy can just have more cabinets. We'll pan around and see. Speaking of fancy, Thief Space, I'm thinking about having a little bedroom design contest for Dwarf Fort, where the idea is you're going to have a limited amount of space and you just have to make one really cool looking bedroom. So kind of like a little contest I'm going to run through the YouTube channel about like, well, how nice of a bedroom can you make? How practical? And practicality is going to be a huge scoring point. Basically, if it's made out of, like, black metal, or, like, adamantine, or even steel, it's not going to be very practical. But you'll get a high, like, visual score. But, like, you know, you might want to go for, like, something made of wood that's got a bit more of a rustic feel. Maybe you'll get a lower on the value score, but you'll do much higher on the practicality score. You know, like marble is less practical than, let's just say, I don't know, some less useful stone. But I need to figure out the exact scoring to make it fair-ish, but that's something I want to do. Nicolaf, what kind of dwarf would you like? And if you need to see the list, let me know. If you need help, let me know. Need suggestions, let me know. Yeah, like microcline. Microcline would be pretty peak because it's not exactly a useful stone. And it looks nice. You want a warrior dwarf. Beard or no beard? Well, you have until game stuff. But would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? A dwarf with a beard? Okay. Uranium bedrooms. I think that requires mods for that. Unless we're talking like the ore of uranium, which the dwarves can't actually, the dwarves can't actually, like, refine uranium. Which is probably for the best. Probably for the best, in fact. Uranium bed, lead furniture, extraordinarily impractical. Super impressive. I mean, I would give you a high... I mean, if you could make that look like a radioactive symbol, I would give you a very high creativity score. But you have to be able to make it look like a radioactive symbol. Shale, rock salt, exactly. Yeah, see, something like that would get a super high practicality score, right? But yeah, me too. I think like there's a lot of different types of wood in Dwarf in this version specifically that look really nice alongside of those more brown stones, like the really shallow stones. Needs at least 6 squared circle, you bet? Well, I mean, I was going to say you have up to like either 6 by 6 or 12 by 12. I haven't decided yet. And then at maximum of 2 Z levels. Which I think could be pretty cool. All right, so we've gotten through that. So you wanted a warrior. A warrior with beard. Let's give you Vacker. Nikolaf, you're a spear. Unable to make decisions without great deal of input from others, is very curious and sometimes to his detriment, is sometimes cruel, and is quite polite. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Tends to not reveal personal information and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he often feels envious of others. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. He has a greedy streak and tends to avoid crowds and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally sees independence, personally treasures independence, there we go. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity to be bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes pitch blende, copper and honey yellow beryl, green glass and giant jackal leather, capuchin tooth and giant desert tortoise shell, linen paper and the color cardinal, gems and tables and ballista arrows and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and when possible prefers to consume hornbill, parsnip plants, and absolutely hates raspberry wine. Wait, what? Sorry, he absolutely hates snails, not raspberry wine. Prefers to consume hornbill, parsnip plants, and raspberry wine and blueberries, and absolutely hates snails. Not he likes raspberry wine. Anyway, his wavy hair is greasy, his very long beard is arranged in double braids, his very long sideburns are braided, his long mustache is arranged in double braids, his very long hair is neatly combed, his nose is broad, his lips are thick, his eyebrows are quite dense, and his slightly flattened narrow ears are free-lobed. His hair is goldenrod, and his skin is dark tan. You hate snails? Well, I also hate snails. I picked up a snail and crushed it this morning because it was trying to eat one of my lettuces. And, you know, you can do many things to me, right? You can call me names, you can yell at me on the internet, you can say that you don't like anything about me, and that's totally fine. But if you eat my lettuce, I squish you with my foot. Rip snail. I mean, you know, it had it coming. Is what I would say. It really kind of did have it coming. Angry gardening noises. Yeah, well. Do you have any kills? That's a good question. 6 notable kills. You killed Atu, Abir, Ozod, Bosa, Bosa, and Aslot, as well as 3 other kills. All here. Are those mist vents in the floor? Yep. So the stuff's coming from above. It's up here and down here. So over here, it's filling up this whole hallway. This hallway, it goes down to here, and then there's just this one sitting there. But yeah, looks very complex. It looks a lot more complex than it is. It's just kind of I'm just being a big old show off with this fort, so it's a lot fancier looking than it actually is. You know what? I think these don't actually do anything. They're not going to do anything, but I just want to get rid of all these grates. So I'm just going to put them in the beak dog pen. Apparently I have a lot of grates. But no, I mean, it's just the front door. I mean, they walk up the ramp to the front door, pop up and down over this, walk up here, take a left. They walk around here. And then down, whoops, and then down into here, and then into the fort. That's all it really is. Are those dogs? These are beak dogs. Beak dogs. Beak dogs, of course, are, well, this one has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, but it is a very small, or he is very small, and his skin is striped red and orange. A creature from the from the evil swamp. Resembles a squat wingless bird with a powerful beak. Its blotchy skin is brightly colored. They do increase the value of the pen? Yes. The real important question is, do they increase the value of the ballpoints? How does the generator itself work? I have a tutorial on YouTube if you want to look that up, or I can just explain it to you. You put you set up pumps in a pattern like this, right? You can do them as small or as big as you like, as long as you have enough power. Then what you do is you take a pit pond zone, which is this zone right here, and you set it as a pit and pond. So you set it as a pond. Then they decide, okay, that must be empty. Now this one is just a few Z levels above the ground, so I had to do some shenanigans to make it work. But generally just build them like with the ground right beneath it. And then what you do is you just start dumping buckets of water into there. Once they start dumping buckets of water into there, then they distribute the water in a circle, because 2 of 7 Z levels just goes from pump to pump to pump to pump to pump without actually having the opportunity to fall down to the ground. And each time it just creates lovely mist. Now the problem is, they will leave mud all over the floor, which is why on this one I've got these grates down here so that the mist continues going down through here and doesn't turn into mud on the floor. And it gives these dwarves, you know, these lovely thoughts and free showers. Even the camel's happy. And it's not supposed to be here. In fact, my soldiers are about to kill it. Get the camel! Get the camel! Get the camel! Smack the camel! Come on. Kick his ass. Still trying to figure out who that vampire is. Seriously. Oh, well, you apparently tried to steal an artifact from me. Dead Dan has 3 more counts of disorderly conduct, a few more. Jerry Gord has 1. Attis has another. Still no progress made on that vampire. What the fuck? Can vampires also be werebeasts? I'm not sure. I don't know. I think you can only... I don't know if a vampire gets bit if they turn into a werebeast. I honestly don't know. Demolish them and build over top of them, generally.
Let the camel smacking commence.
But I made the huge hallways at the start. I mean, like, the first thing I did was I dug out this entry hallway. Initially, it was just on this upper layer, and then later I dug down this side. We kind of slept in dormitories initially, and then eventually, you know, I started spreading it out. But, I mean, if you want to see the full process of me building a fort like this, all of the VODs are on YouTube. Just go to Heatstone Part 1. And you'll find it. Pablo Rasta Shiny with the 21st month. We did Smacketh Thy Camel. Speaking of Smacketh Thy Camel, how is Pablo today? I hope you're not smacking thy camel, because if you are currently, please, like, mute me or something. At least tab out. Anyway, thanks, man. You need to make bigger hallways. They look cool. They do. They're not great for your frame rate, though. Like, I fully acknowledge that, like, all of my forts are made to run terribly. You know what? I'm going to finish this little road as Alunite. Be pink. Because it needs to be finished with something. I'm not going to go mine more mica, I don't think. Hello. I am collecting all the eggs for food. Unless you just have so many eggs that they can't collect them all. Alunite. Not aluminium. Just alunite. Oh, I do have some aluminium bars, yes. Currently one. I think I bought it off the humans. That or... no, I found raw aluminum in this map. I found a tiny little deposit of, like, native aluminum. I feel like alunite is, like, probably, like, a cartoon character made up by one of those aloe vera drinks. That's what that sounds like to me. I'm just, like, imagining, like, the Kool-Aid man, except, like, made of aloe vera. Evening, Manticore. How's things? We've had some fun events today, including some of the largest sieges I've ever seen, because I currently have the maximum number of invaders set to the biggest number the game will let me, which is 500 creatures and 500 soldiers. Which actually makes me a little sad that there's a cap now. Used to not be capped, but I guess it's, you know, to protect people from their own stupidity. I know, like, nothing about aluminum in real life, so I will just take everything you guys are saying in chat as fact and believe everything I read on the internet for once. Because who does that? Believes things they read on the internet. Only a fool would do that. In the era of, hey guys, let's just program software to make shit up for us because we're not good enough at that ourselves, apparently. Me, literally right now, Finian. Not to burst your bubble, but I think you might be reading too. Crazy, right? There are 2 known occurrences of native aluminum ore, one in Russia and one in China. Okay, interesting. You have to watch that back later? Maybe. We also apparently have a vampire somewhere in the fort, so I'm just kind of waiting for a vampire to show up randomly. But it hasn't happened yet, so... Literally, Putnam's question is Putnam can't make ChatGPT even write competent code that works, and then proceeds to just make fun of how bad ChatGPT's programming is and how horrendously slow it would make her programming. Yes. Like me, thinks it's a useless waste of human resources and gonna cost a lot of people a lot of jobs, with no real actual benefit to society outside of me asking it to write haikus about why it shouldn't exist. True Freak, congratulations on completing the lawn. The lawn is like the laundry. It's never done. Oh no, fucking totally. I use it just to amuse myself and explain to others why I'm scared of it, but at the same time, it's just kind of sad every time I use it because I see how incompetently terrible it is. I love when I find these dwarves. That it's just like, oh, what'd you do? Oh, I killed this dwarf like 70 times. Zombies. I don't use playlists, though. I listen to albums. Which I realize is actually quite like a stuck-up thing to say these days. Okay, so we're beating dead, Dan. Somebody else has been found dead? Good lord. Okay, this person died in hospital. Wait, do I not? I have doctors, right? Yeah, doctor. Multiple bone doctors, surgeons. The hell, dwarves? The fuck? And anyway, traders have arrived. Let's do that. And shoes. I really think that the bodices of biting should be my vampire squad, but, you know. One day I'll get that right. Yeah, see, you know, like, can I just this is one of my problems with ChatGPT. I am made very uneasy by how quickly we've all just like accepted and adopted the terminology of I asked it to do this. It's like you're not asking anybody to do anything. It's not a person. You ask a person to do something. You don't ask like a computer program to do something. It's just such, I hate that terminology. It's so fucking creepy. Like, I can't be the only person who gets, like, spine prickles when it's said. Like, I can't be. Other people have to get, like, unnerved by that. No, totally. It's like we've all just, like, nobody used to be like, well, actually, I guess, like, the first instance of this, like, really being a thing that popped into, like, verbal culture would be, like, I asked Siri to do something. But realistically, all you're doing is you're asking a text-to-speech bot to Google search something for you. It's getting there, Keeper of 42. It's certainly getting there. Sure, but you didn't ask Google to write something about this and that and the other. Like, nobody talked about it like they were talking about a computer, right? You're on the other side? Oh, trust me, I will be the first person randomly impaled by my mouse. Just a spike's gonna fly out of my monitor and stab me through the chest. I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird to me that people talk about it like it's a human. Like, Google is a very non-personified, like, entity. It's like, you use Google like a tool, but there's so many people that just refer to ChatGPT in that way. It's so bizarre to me. Oh no, merchants canceled trading. Wonder why. Well, now there's just clothes everywhere. That's great. So who's the one pissed off dwarf left in the fort? Ah, it's Attis, who's currently in prison and has been told to go seize a place. No, you're right, Finian. Calls you Mr. Anderson, you know it's time to dip? Should ask ChatGPT to name you. See what it calls you. See if it discovers a sense of humor. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's just, that's something that just weirds me out. I don't know. I don't know how many of my fears are actually like legitimate, but that shit just creeps me out. It's funny because like I was talking to my dad the other day, right? Because I was over there because my older sister was in town, and like I went over to my parents' house and I hung out with my sister and her husband, and it was a nice afternoon. We had Chinese food. But my dad was saying, like, just kind of loosely suggesting that I should be training an AI model to take over for me. He's just like, you need to like get an AI voice model to take over for your job when you go on vacation and shit. And it's really funny hearing my dad say that, because a couple of years ago he was telling me to stop streaming on Twitch because he was scared that it was an Chinese AI scam to make teenagers stupider. And now he's telling me that I should go make an AI that's a replica of me so I can go on vacation. I mean, like, on one hand, he's kind of not wrong. But also, it's weird how times change, man. It's so fucking weird. That's only if you don't sign in with Google. Mayagushka. If a manager is in jail and can't do this job, will this result in more crimes committed against the Monarch and Royal? I mean, if you have a Monarch and Royal and you're using, like, the manager to complete their job, yeah, it'll result with more crimes committed. Quinn Starcatcher? Huh. Okay. You're a new Guardians of the Galaxy character. Congrats. Actually, that would be fun. Something that would be fun to ask is just input your D&D character sheet into ChatGPT. Tell ChatGPT that it's a D&D character sheet and ask them to name the D&D character. I'm just saying. That would be something that would be kind of fun to do with that. Like, don't get me wrong, ChatGPT can be a lot of fun to mess with, but it is spooky. Spooky. It's like, I don't think a piece of tech has caught on this quickly since, like, the sudden everybody has a smartphone was the last time I really remember this happening. I don't know if any of you guys remember tech catching on this quickly before, but... I mean, Quinn Starcatcher is very Luke Skywalker. True, actually. Fucking AirPods just appeared out of nowhere. Nobody had AirPods, and then suddenly every motherfucker on Earth has AirPods. It's like, where do these fuckers come from? But yeah, smartphones caught on really quickly. So did MP3 players. I think were a little slower because it was like personal cassette decks followed by CD players, and then suddenly everybody had an MP3 player. But yeah. Baroness Einod meets with the Keeper of the Seal, Thek, and Thek says, "Greetings, normal dwarf. There is much to discuss." Thek, what kind of human are you? I wonder. Oh, I gotta slab to place. Thek isn't even... Oh, there you are. I was going to say, Thek isn't on the map. Yes, Thek is, in fact, on the map. Well, she is 62 years old and has had 2 lovers. Currently has a lover named Zuso. Very many passing acquaintances. Was glum after getting into an argument. Liked being near the waterfall. Wants to pray to the frothy snot. I mean, I guess. Gave you 6 ads? They have to have all been like 6 seconds, because it gives you a minute and 30 seconds worth of ads. I really wish that the ads were better, but there's not much I can do. Twitch really wants me to show more ads, and I'm refusing, so. One thing you think ChatGPT would be really good at is fleshing out a massive RPG world. Artist makes key characters, places, concepts, and ChatGPT fills in the tiny details. Yeah, but to quote Tarn on this subject, it removes all of the personalized little bits, right? Like, there was somebody who asked, it's like, why don't you do literally just that, right? Use AI to flesh out your worlds, right? Like, fill in the edges with some sort of machine learning or like that kind of I look text model is the word I was looking for. So it's some sort of text model like that, right? And Tarn's literal response, which I think is very smart, which I think a lot of people miss when they talk about this sort of stuff, is yeah, but then all of that random crap has no meaning. Like, it has no meaning. It doesn't matter because it's just nonsense that's filled in around stuff. It's just fluff, right? And it's like, so for Dwarf Fortress as an example, like whenever people talk about this, and this also applies, I think, to other mediums as well. For Dwarf Fortress, if you are suddenly just using some text model to generate all of the stuff that's going on in between things, it's no longer this fantastical handcrafted world. So it's like, if I'm reading, let's just say, a light novel, and I find out that, oh, this world was built using AI, it devalues it for me pretty significantly, because suddenly, oh, well, and it's not quite like, Bethesda using Speed Tree, right, which is one of the most like popular pieces of middleware in video games, where it just generates you trees. That's all it does. Speed Tree it's tree generator, basically, for AAA games. So, like, Speed Tree doesn't devalue it, really, because it's just trees, and they use it for all of their trees. But certainly, makes the world less interesting to a degree. When you're working with, to give you an idea, another company that uses a lot of, like, generation and stuff for their worlds is actually Ubisoft. Like, large portions of, like, Far Cry worlds and stuff are just generated terrain, which is part of the reason a lot of those worlds feel very bland, starch, and uninteresting. Versus something like, let's just say, Red Dead Redemption, where that entire world is built, purpose-built, and you can feel it when you're wandering around in that world, right? So yeah, maybe if you're in a rush, or you're just making a D&D campaign, or you're just trying to get something done, then sure, use a tool like that to fill out something like that. Maybe you're a solo developer and you're trying to just get something together. But largely, all you're really doing is committing mass plagiarism of other people's work on the internet. So, I don't know. That's kind of funny, Trotsky. Mass-producing generic extruded content TM, which can be extremely useful but quite bad at making quality content. Very much so. Very much so. So, I don't know. Maybe that's not a popular take necessarily. I kind of feel like I'm not necessarily in the norm with my takes on this current era of AI weird future nightmares that we're living in. Like, I really, like, when I talk with people, I really feel like most people are kind of excited about it. It's like, I'm terrified about it on a good day and mildly bemused on an average day. Pretty much, like Ishka. Well, hopefully he gets over it by the year, 245. When he dies. Yeah, good luck with that, Goddess M. See, I don't think that would be cool. I mean, there's already a RimWorld GPT mod, if you really want that. And having watched about 30 seconds of it on a stream, you don't want that. That's all I have to say. You really don't want that. You might think you do, but you don't. Also, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is moddable enough that you could do that. Like, it's very moddable, but not in that way. And also, I do think it's kind of amusing that almost every single version of, predictive text models in video games so far has been received horrifically poorly. What was the name of that thing? Yeah, like this thing. Good job, Square Enix. Yeah, good job. You know, it's only the lowest reviewed game this year. Everybody is talking about Redfall, but man. Which currently is 32% positive reviews versus 17. Overwhelmingly negative is a challenge to achieve. Part of the reason Dwarf Fortress has so much charm is because of its writing quirks from Zach's writing, right? Like, Zach is a really interesting and quirky writer, which is part of what makes this game appealing to me to a degree. Like, its weird choice of words. I know, you could be like, well, what if we trained an AI based on Zach's writing to do... And then it's just like, no. No. And there's that one person who's been going around on the forums claiming that Dwarf Fortress is going to cease to be relevant, not like it has been ever really, and fail, even though it's already succeeded more successful than it's ever been. because there's somebody working on a colony builder which is entirely based on predictive AI, where you'll be able to read their conversations and personalities and such. And next time I see a post about that thing, I swear they're going to have announced that it's on the blockchain now. Because that game is so full of buzzwords, it barely seems like a video game. You posted a photo on Discord for me. Did you know? What's this photo? Oh, it's the entrance to your water vault. That's kind of cool. Very muddy. Got to clean that up a bit, but looking good. Yeah, I don't know. 7-Zip and WinRAR are two of the first pieces of software I install after my web browser when I install a new install of Windows, but I guess it's about time. Mud is where the frogs be? Not always. Because they are a zombie. They are an intelligent undead. They don't sleep, they don't drink, they don't think, they just zombie. So this miner is, you know, he's a dark hunter. Tyler the Voice Silvers, the confident tangle of fingers. He is uneasy dwelling upon suffering a major injury, though. Was one of my military dwarves before being turned into a zombie by a necromancer. I mean, he also can't communicate. He's a zombie. Also, don't worry. We already interrogated him about the vampire killing, and definitely wasn't him. We were successful in the interrogation, and he just said, "I live here," basically. I disdain truth social. Does that count as disdaining truth? I mean, it makes a lot more sense when I say the second half of that word, but... You get itty-bitty little frogs on your porch sometimes? Ah. I used to hear tree frogs where I grew up. I miss them. Remember there was one time we had a bullfrog. It was like, I don't know, the size of a football on the patio for the house I grew up on. Just this massive bullfrog. We'd hear them sometimes, but we never would see them because they'd all hang out like deep down in the valley where there's actual water, not like almost on a cliff face where I grew up. And my dad threw a paint bucket over it to try and like pick it up and take it away from the patio. And it jumped in the paint bucket and lifted my dad and the paint bucket off the ground. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to let you go. I just kind of booted it and it flopped away. Turns out, bullfrogs, big. they thick. They're very large critters. So we're going to knock this down. Little back hallway's looking lovely. Are they violent? I'm like, are you asking if they bite? Not really. I mean, they're just large. I mean, you don't want to get bit by one. There's a reason Frog is an enemy type in Final Fantasy. That's probably why. Oh, probably. Speaking of Final Fantasy, have you guys seen anybody complaining about how the new Final Fantasy is going to be a PlayStation exclusive for a few years? It's like, but they've been putting their games on PC recently. It's like, yeah, but like just because PlayStation's been putting their games on PC doesn't mean they're suddenly going to start putting them on PC first. No, naturally, that's what Hypnotoad is for. You're supposed to lick the Hypnotoad. Some migrants have arrived. Not despite the danger. I find that kind of surprising. No one is blue? Logan whip mobs. You don't want to be chased by the whip mob. The scary mob. Also, don't lick the Hypnotoad. That's animal abuse. Just let the toads be. Come on. Like, joking aside, leave the toads alone. They're wild animals. Just let them exist. They can make synthetic stuff like that. You can get what's the word? You can get psychedelics in other ways. This is your favorite tune? This is Strange Moods. This is the one that I really like this track. I like this track because it was one of the first ones released as part of the early teaser footage, and it was a lot some of the stuff that I got access to early. So I used it in all of my DF news videos. Like this was like the theme song for like the videos I edited for years. Did I look at your visitors? Yeah, and I didn't see any. Nobody's purple. Or, not purple. Nobody's turquoise. Nobody's blue. I've spotted no blue visitors. I also checked my soldiers. Nobody's blue. So, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Maybe I had a visitor who already left who was a vampire. But somebody walked into my fort, ate a child, and then vanished. So... Has a pet bullfrog very big? Yep. All right. Well, I've got a lot of clothing to get rid of. But, chat, we had a productive day. We built 2 very good fountains, which have drastically improved mood. We started with, like, I think 15 at this level and 10 dwarves at this level. And we've completely leveled that out now. Which is pretty good. Yeah, we interrogated all of them, no luck. And they all complied, too. It's not like they were being cagey. But we made good progress today. We've made good progress today. And we will continue making good progress tomorrow, but I think it's time for us to swap games for a little bit, chat. What do you think? I'm thinking we go play some more Conquest of Elysium? I'm kind of leaning that direction. Kind of leaning Conquest of Elysium. Yeah, so we're going to save here now and say, chat, now's a good opportunity to say goodbye, YouTube. Save and return to the main menu. Conquest of Acre, Path of Elysium. That's not confusing at all. I just changed my mind halfway through. Chat, this is going to take a minute to save. I'm going to take a real quick toilet break.